Warcraft Invasion of Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, The Challenge of Pioneer Technology, Part 1. Shield Trident Headquarters, Director's Office. Hill is making a comprehensive report. Government agencies in more than 30 countries, including Africa, South America, and North America, have been attacked by armed forces. The attackers are under the banner of Hydra, and many of them have physical fitness that exceeds that of ordinary people. According to current intelligence, they are probably injected with super soldier serum. In addition, they have strong regenerative abilities. When they are on the verge of death, they will self-destruct. They may not die after self-destruction, and they may be resurrected. 17 military bases with medium-range missiles in the United States have been attacked, and many bases have been breached. The Department of Defense has dispatched the Azerothian soldiers to help stabilize the situation. There are large-scale criminal acts and terrorist attacks across the country. The police in more than 20 cities believe that this is a mysterious incident, and there are people with special abilities involved. They asked us to provide immediate help. I have authorized local SHIELD agents to dispatch to help stabilize the situation. After the report, Hill looked at Ludan. Sir, what else should we do? Ludan did not answer, but pondered. Although there are still many remnants of Hydra, those people are nothing. SHIELD has been clearing them out. How could they suddenly gather together? Pierce is dead, Whitehall is dead, Sitwell and Garrett are controlled by the SHIELD. Those people's physical fitness is comparable to that of super soldiers, and the super soldier serum and the SHIELD are both from someone. Could it be him? Ludan muttered to himself. Sir. As a female secretary, female deputy, Hill is the person who knows Ludan best in the world. When she heard this, she immediately understood what Ludan meant. Based on the awareness that she couldn't let a superior destroy SHIELD, she quickly reminded him, Sir, if Director Wang really wants to make trouble, he can just kill the top leaders of all countries in the world. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Ludan. This is really fucking reasonable, and it's really fucking unpleasant to hear. Since it's not Wang, who else can gather so many Hydra remnants lurking around the world and turn them into super soldiers one by one? Well, there should be only a part of them who are from Hydra. Most of them have not received professional training at a glance. I don't know where they were pulled from. Tony, what do you think? Ludan asked. The playboy next door lowered his mustache and played with his phone, not even looking up. Hill is right. Ludan's face was full of black lines. I must be crazy to ask you. Sir, maybe you should ask Director Wang. Hill reminded. Ludan snorted. What he said made sense, but why did I just not want to pay attention to him? Sir, unknown communication request. Jarvis' voice sounded. Take it. Tony said. He was wearing a pair of black framed glasses, and the voice came from the glasses. Obviously, this pair of glasses was an extension of Jarvis, which could be directly accessed by Jarvis, and had access to many confidential programs. A strange voice sounded. Mr. Stark, do you remember me? No. Tony told the truth. The other party paused for 2 seconds before saying, let me introduce myself. My name is Aldrezi Killian. In 1999 in Bern, Switzerland, you promised to meet me on the rooftop in 5 minutes, but I waited all night. Tony remembered. His memory has always been good, not to mention that the day was originally very beautiful. That guy named Killian had an artist's long hair and looked unkempt, not a scientist at all. He was trying to sell me some avant-garde technology company and wanted to seek cooperation. At that time, under his leadership, Stark Industries had become the world's largest arms company. There were no less than 10 small companies that wanted to seek cooperation. For such a small matter, they could just ask the people below, not him. So I made a joke and asked the guy to wait on the roof, and then I forgot about him. Why did this guy suddenly call me, and how did he get my number? There's something wrong with this jerk. Knocking on the frame to temporarily block the communication sound, Tony said. Jarvis, investigate this person immediately and track the source of the signal. Hill was about to say something, but Luden shook his head, indicating that he was listening carefully. It seems you remembered, Mr. Stark. Killian's voice sounded very happy. Then you should also remember a female doctor named Maya Hansen. I heard that you had a good time that night. You are very good at skills, aren't you? I didn't expect that you also needed skills more than 10 years ago. I thought that young people only needed strength. It seems that you are not strong enough. The corners of the boiled egg showed a playful smile. Hill looked up and down at Tony, focusing on his figure, and then shook his head gently. Tony frowned. It was very pleasant, from the body to the soul. He played with beautiful women too much. It is not easy to find a beautiful female doctor. He was attracted at the time. He also helped the female doctor to get a terminal enzyme repair algorithm. It seems to be related to the chemical programming of the brain's nerve center. It can upgrade DNA by chemical methods. It was not stable at the time, and it was easy to cause spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous combustion. Those attackers will also spontaneously combust and explode. Tony realized something. It seems that you have remembered it again, Mr. Stark. This shows that my efforts over the years have not been in vain. Mr. Stark, you made me what I am. Killian's tone was exaggerated, with hatred in his exaggeration. Drive Hansen is now a member of Vanguard Technology. Thanks to your formula, we succeeded. Extremis is more successful than the super soldier serum. I don't think so. Recalling the formula at that time, countless data flashed through Tony's mind, and he concluded, Extremis? This garbage that I spent a few minutes to deal with when I was drunk can also surpass the super soldier serum. Of course, we also have to thank the super soldier serum of Azeroth Group. Without it, Extremis would not be as perfect as it is now. Killian's voice rose by 60 decibels. Now, my glory has arrived. The whole world is my stage, and the curtain is open. The whole world will cheer for me, and the future of mankind is in my hands. I can make all mankind super evolve, and shorten the process of human evolution by 10 million years. Really? I thought it was my stage. It seems that I have always been doing things like making humans super evolve. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Jarvis' voice sounded from another channel. Sir, relevant information about Dr. Killian and Dr. Hansen has been found. Dr. Killian is the founder of Avant-Garde Technologies, and Dr. Hansen is the chief scientist of Avant-Garde Technologies. The company's main achievement is the Extremis virus. The specific information is as follows. There is too much information, and it must be tiring to read it with just a pair of glasses. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Send it to the screen. Send. Screen. Luden and Hill looked at their big screens together, feeling tired. This is my screen. Okay, you say to vote. I don't want face, right? Tony has never been a person who gives others face. A lot of information appeared on the screen, including even experimental videos, experimental photos, and detailed information about the Extremis virus. In front of Jarvis, Avant-Garde Technologies' firewall was as thin as paper, and broke with a poke. The location has been completed. The other party's location is Stark Tower. Hearing Jarvis's voice, Tony was stunned at first, and then immediately said, my building? What is that guy doing in my building? The situation is not good. Sir, Stark Tower has been attacked, and a large number of people injected with Extremis have sneaked into the building, causing heavy casualties among the company's personnel. Jarvis said. Damn it. Tony's face darkened. Activate Veronica. First ensure the safety of Pepper, and Happy, and the others. As you command. Jarvis did as he was told. Okay, someone came to my house. I have to go. You guys are busy. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a set of Iron Man suits flew up from the basement, and were deployed in less than 10 seconds. Iron Man soared into the sky and disappeared. Watching Tony leave, Hill was silent for 2 seconds and asked, Sir, what should we do now? Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Luden rubbed his temples, propped his hands on the desk, and closed his eyes. A lot of information flashed in his mind. All of this is related to pioneer technology, so there must be a connection. Governments of various countries were attacked, but the intensity of the attack was not great. Each government had only a dozen or so Extremis, people injected with the Extremis virus. These people were not invincible. as long as there were enough of them, and they were well equipped, conventional troops could deal with them. Moreover, the local SHIELD base would definitely send agents to help as soon as possible. Every country that cooperated with SHIELD had super soldiers of the protective force stationed there. With only 2 or 3 well-trained super soldiers, it should be possible to eliminate a dozen extremis. So here comes the question. Since it doesn't work, what is the purpose of doing this? Many missile bases in the United States were breached, and the other side was obviously going to use missiles to attack certain places. It was definitely not the government agencies of those countries. The range was not enough, and there were no intercontinental missiles in the breached bases. Stark Tower. It's just a building. It's not worth it. There must be a bigger goal. Could it be? Not good. Luden suddenly opened his eyes. Agent Hill, activate the missile defense system immediately and intercept all missiles. Order all sky carriers to take off. Activate stealth mode and protect the White House, the Pentagon and Trident headquarters. Yes, sir. Hill gave orders while running towards the command center. Luden's heart settled down a little. The most important places in the United States are these 3 places, and they are also the places most likely to be attacked. Does Pioneer Technology want to overthrow the US regime? This is impossible. The mastermind behind the scenes is not that stupid, or he has other purposes. What is the purpose? Luden couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he thought. Thinking of Agent Hill's previous suggestion, Luden said in a deep voice, immediately activate the secret agreement. Connect to the security line 007 and call Director Wang. As soon as the voice fell, another voice sounded. No need, I'm here. After a space fluctuation, Lao Wang appeared. Chapter 377. You are in charge of the interior, I'm in charge of the exterior. Part 2. Director Wang. Luden turned around and looked at Lao Wang with a smile on his face. He really didn't want to argue with this guy who never went through the front door or the back door, so he just pretended that he didn't see anything. Who is behind avant-garde technology? Loki. Lao Wang answered. Loki? Luden's whole body tensed up, and his scalp numbed. The god of trickery from Asgard? Isn't he dead? He disappeared. Not dead. Obviously he is back now, and put on a good show for us. Lao Wang was not interested, and had no time to say more. This time he came here just to communicate with Luden. There were some things that needed to be done by this non-chief. As for Lao Wang himself, there were still many important things to do. The situation was urgent and there was no time to delay. Luden's mind was racing. Controlling avant-garde technology, gathering the remaining members of Hydra, recruiting people to inject extremis virus, attacking major government agencies, controlling medium and short-range missiles, and attacking Stark Industries. What exactly did the little princess of Asgard want to do? Loki's ultimate goal is to counterattack Asgard and become the king of Asgard. This is also his original goal. Lao Wang knew what Luden was thinking and said with a smile, he certainly doesn't have the ability to attack Asgard now, so he decided to attack the Earth first, control the Earth, and then use the Earth as a springboard to attack Asgard. And there is something on the Earth that he wants very much. Only by getting that thing can he have the ability to attack Asgard. Otherwise, everything he does is meaningless. The Rainbow Bridge is destroyed, and he can't go back at all. Something? Luden immediately alerted. The Cosmic Cube. The Kree want the Cosmic Cube, and the Skrulls wanted too. And with only a part of the power of the Cosmic Cube, Captain Carol Danvers has become Superwoman, and can even travel at superluminal speeds. So how powerful is the power of the Cosmic Cube itself? Such a good thing. Everyone wants it. Does Loki have the ability to use the Cosmic Cube? Luden questioned. The god of trickery doesn't look like he understands technology. The Cosmic Cube originally belonged to Odin, and he threw it to Earth. Loki is Odin's adopted son after all, and he is also one of the most powerful wizards in the universe. It's not surprising that he has mastered the method of using the Cosmic Cube, not to mention that he has other channels. Lao Wang didn't mention Thanos, because it was not easy to explain, and Luden would definitely pester him. It was too troublesome, and he really didn't have the time. He continued to ask, Director Fury, how is the research progress of the Cosmic Cube? Can't you see it yourself? Luden snorted. SHIELD is your backyard. You can come and go as you like, and your sky can enter and exit the shield firewall as you like. Do you still need to ask me? Okay. Originally, I wanted to give Luden a face and let him say it himself, but I forgot that he had learned the thick black theory on his face, and his strength was unfathomable, so I had to say, Dun Huang, hack shield and see the research progress of the cosmic cube. Received. A few seconds later, Dun Huang's voice sounded again. Shield has initially mastered the ability to use the cosmic cube to open a portal and is conducting the final test. Good progress. Tony Stark is amazing. He can even handle the cosmic cube. Lao Wang praised and then asked, is there anything abnormal with the cosmic cube? Not yet. Dun Huang replied. It seems that it is not time yet. Lao Wang looked at Ludan. I have something important to do. I will leave it to you. Leave it to me? Ludan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that something was wrong, and hurriedly said, where are you going? Director Fury, you don't really think that Loki's incident is so simple, do you? Lao Wang asked back. What do you mean? Lao Wang smiled and said, the last time he came, he brought the destroyer and an army of more than 10,000 frost giants, but we destroyed them. If he wasn't more confident this time, would he dare to come to Earth? Luden shuddered and thought that what Director Wang said made sense, and asked quickly, what else did he bring? The Asgard army? The Frost Giant army? More destroyer armors? The demon wolf Fenris? The world serpent Jumunganda? Hela, the goddess of death? Ever since he knew that Asgard really existed, Luden had been studying Norse mythology and even the mythology of various systems around the world. Knowledge points related to Loki emerged in his mind one after another. An alien army that can destroy the Earth 10,000 times, a pirate gang that is notorious in the entire universe, and an extremely powerful force. Lao Wang said, if that alien army is allowed to come to the Earth, the entire Earth will be in crisis, and mankind will face a catastrophe. Luden's heart sank. Is it exaggerated? Not exaggerated. Lao Wang said lightly, the Chitauri have been pirates in the universe for so many years. I don't know how many surface civilizations they have destroyed, and the Earth is not one more. In their eyes, the Earth is like a small African country in the eyes of you Americans. It can be destroyed casually, and is not taken seriously at all. They are not even interested in mobilizing all their troops. They just need to send a few spaceships over. So awesome? If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Luden asked, aren't there still the Supreme Sorcerer and the 3 major temples? The Supreme Sorcerer is very busy. The main enemies of the 3 major temples are the dark forces of the multiverse. They can't act casually, otherwise the temples will easily be taken advantage of by the enemy. Director Fury, the Chitauri in the eyes of those dark forces in the multiverse are like the Earth in the eyes of the Chitauri. It's not worth mentioning. After briefly introducing the contempt chain, Lao Wang said, this time, we can only rely on ourselves. He did not say that, if the Ancient One did not take action before his death, he would die once he took action, nor did he say that the protection of the Earth by the 3 major temples was mainly at the dimensional level. It was impossible for them to consume their strength to deal with the Chitauri. What if they scared this big boiled egg? Anyway, it was not Thanos who came in person, and the Black Order and the Vanguard did not come either. The Chitauri fought in various parts of the universe for Thanos, and only a small part of them came. They were just trash, not difficult to deal with, just treated as training for the Earth, to experience the cruelty of the cosmic war. The boiled egg was silent. It sounds like this time is more difficult than any previous time. I don't know if I can hold on. SHIELD's responsibility is to protect the Earth, and SHIELD's responsibility is to take the initiative to attack. Lao Wang said, so, you are responsible for the Earth, and I'm responsible for outer space. But SHIELD is not strong enough, right? Lao Wang said lightly, I will leave enough people to help. In addition, Eve will help you command the battle. Don't worry, everything is under control. In a space fluctuation, Lao Wang disappeared. Chapter 378 The most powerful person in the world, Part 3. Luden snorted, running really fast. What is Eve? Just as this thought came to mind, a Western beauty appeared on the big screen, and Luden was almost stunned. He was a man who had seen the world, and he had seen all the beauties in the world. Hill, Agent 13, Agent 33, Black Widow, which one was not a beauty in the world? In order to carry out some work better, S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited many girls with good looks. But in front of the big beauty on the screen, all the girls were eclipsed. There was no comparison. The long golden hair was as elegant as snow, the delicate gauze could not cover the exquisite body, the beautiful face reached the limit of human imagination, the amazing curve was fascinating, and every part of the body was too beautiful to be real. This is the ultimate creation, that only God can create, satisfying the ultimate fantasy of all men and women. Director Fury, I'm the number 2 quantum computer Eve of the Schengen Bureau, responsible for global dispatch. According to Director Wang's order, you have temporary A-level authorization. I will obey your orders until the end of the war. So, Lu Dan used his imagination and tried immediately transfer all of Director Wang's bank deposits, stock funds, and fixed assets to me, and don't leave him a penny. Sorry, you don't have the right to do this. Then copy all the information of the Schengen Bureau to the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, and delete all the original data. Sorry, I don't have the right to do this. Mobilize all the people in the Afterlife base and Kunlun base to participate in the war in the United States. Sorry, neither you nor I have the right to do this. Sell the Azerothian soldiers to S.H.I.E.L.D. at a low price, at cost price. No, give them away for free. Sorry, this operation requires S-level authority. Lu Dan. A-level is not the highest, there is also S-level. Eve, why didn't you say so earlier? He said helplessly, what can A-level authority do? You are number 2, are there number 1, number 3, and no. N. What are you responsible for respectively? You can always tell me, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. currently has a total of 4 quantum computers. The original division of labor was reassigned, and each has its own role. Quantum computer number 1 Adam is responsible for intelligence collection and analysis. It will collect data on everyone and everything in the world by invading the network system, analyze it according to the established procedures and commands of various levels of authority, and draw conclusions. Quantum computer number 2 Eve is mainly responsible for global dispatch, retrieves Adam's data and conclusions, dispatches according to commands of various levels of authority, and cooperates with Adam, Dunhuang and Wukong. Quantum computer number 3 Dunhuang is mainly responsible for scientific research and military dispatch, allocates part of the resources to various research departments, and uses the other part of the resources to control the 5 major bases under S.H.I.E.L.D. and issue orders intelligently. Dunhuang's authority is above Adam and Eve, and he has the authority to mobilize all the data of Adam and Eve. Quantum computer number 4 Wukong is mainly used as the main control computer of the Schengen space mothership, responsible for space patrols and space wars. Wukong has the highest authority and is qualified to mobilize all the data of Adam, Eve, and Dunhuang. You have temporary A-level authority of Eve and are qualified to retrieve Adam's A-level data. My task is to cooperate with you to efficiently dispatch all the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the resources below air level left on Earth by Director Wang. Lu Dan listened to every word, and the more he listened, the sadder and more shocked he became. How come we don't have such a powerful computer in S.H.I.E.L.D.? What do those people in the Ministry of Science and Technology do? The 4 quantum computers have different divisions of labor, which is equivalent to controlling the entire world. After all, even S.H.I.E.L.D., which has the top firewall in the world, can cooperate to efficiently dispatch all resources, which means taking over directly. This is even more terrifying than controlling all the root servers, because their quantum computers belong to another system, and can take over the root servers at any time. As for the last sentence, resources below a level left on Earth? Which resources did he take away? What resources did he leave behind? Except for the Schengen, all resources of the Schengen Bureau are on Earth. Director Wang will transfer most of the S-level resources to the Schengen in a very short time. The remaining S-level resources include the Hulk, Scarlet Witch, Crystal, etc. You have no right to transfer them. The Afterlife base and Kunlun base have their own commanders. The commander's authority is A-level, the same level as you. You also have no right to transfer them. All other resources, including the Schengen Bureau's first generation flying fighters and most of the Azeroth Iron soldiers, you are eligible to transfer. Is that so? Luden nodded. He soon saw a lot of information appear on the big screen. It turned out to be the overall structure of the Schengen Bureau, as well as detailed information on most of the structure, including who are in each base and each department, and what abilities those people have. Some of them are not accessible, and require S-level authority. After spending a few minutes looking through the accessible parts, Luden was certain in his heart. With Eve here, why worry about the instability of the Earth? Luden's mood improved, and he asked in a deep voice, Eve, how are the government agencies attacked around the world? Governments in various places are organizing resistance, and super soldiers from the Protector Force under SHIELD have arrived at the scene one after another, and the situation has stabilized. The big screen instantly turned into dozens of small screens, and videos, pictures and texts appeared on each screen. Just by taking a look, Luden knew that Eve was right. There was no problem in those places, and there was no need to worry. What about the military bases that were attacked? He asked again. There are 17 military bases in the United States with medium-range missiles, of which 5 have fallen, 8 are still in a state of combat, and the other 4 have been successfully defended. Dunhuang immediately invaded the missile launch system through quantum means, locked all systems, and ensured that no more missiles would be launched. Luden's heart tightened. What about the missiles that have been launched? A total of 38 missiles were successfully launched, of which 5 were intercepted by the US military, 8 hit the target, and the other 25 have been intercepted by steel soldiers and flying fighters. Will it succeed? All Iron soldiers have undergone a new round of upgrades, with a maximum flight speed of 50 Mach, which is far lower than any missile on Earth. Flying fighters are even faster. When the attack just started half an hour ago, the Iron soldiers and flying fighters had already headed for the designated location, so you don't have to worry. Luden breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the missiles can be intercepted, there will be no big problem. What about the desperate soldiers? How are they doing? How many are there? Luden asked again. According to current statistics, there are a total of 7,835 desperate warriors who have appeared, of which 1,025 have been killed, mainly those who attacked governments and military bases of various countries. Other desperate warriors have infiltrated the White House, the Pentagon, the Trident headquarters, the Azeroth building, the Stark building and other places. The President, Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Finance and others were captured as soon as possible. The Avengers and the Defenders are organizing rescue operations, and the two sides are engaged in fierce fighting. Allied troops were sent from the Afterlife base and the Kunlun base respectively. The former arrived at the White House by teleportation, and is fighting with the desperate warriors, while the latter took a flying fighter to the Pentagon, and will arrive in 5 minutes at the latest. 3 sky carriers have been launched, and Agent Hill is organizing a defensive counterattack. 1/3 of the 312 desperate warriors who invaded the Azeroth building were eliminated by Miss Sky, who was working in the building at the time. The remaining 2/3 were captured alive by Director Wang, who arrived in time. After causing some damage, 273 extremists invaded Stark Tower, including Dr. Killian and Dr. Hansen. Currently, Chief Administrative Officer Miss Pepper Potts was captured alive by Killian. Tony Stark activated Veronica, and 50 Iron Man suits entered Stark Tower, and were exchanging fire with the extremists. Tony Stark was flying to Stark Tower and controlling it remotely. Luden was shocked again. All the top officials in the United States have been captured, and it is unknown how many of them can come back alive. Fortunately, 3 sky carriers have been launched, and will definitely destroy those extremists. Sky is really powerful, his shock waves are indestructible. Of course, Director Wang is more powerful. He can even capture an extremist who can self-destruct at any time. How did he do it? Pepper was actually captured. If she died, or died tragically, Tony would go crazy, right? Eve, listen to my orders now. In less than 3 minutes, Luden issued 17 orders in succession, and then said, turned the large screen opposite into 4, monitoring 4 places respectively: the White House, the Pentagon, the Trident headquarters and the Stark building. Eve did as she was told. Luden looked at another screen on the side. Get me the situation of the Cosmic Cube research base. No. Call a Quinjet. No. A flying fighter over here. Send me to the Cosmic Cube research base, and at the same time send reinforcement there, with the maximum force. Eve did as she was told. A flying fighter soon flew over, and Luden flew into the sky, with the figure of Lao Wang emerging in his mind. What on earth is that guy doing now? Forget it, I can't control it. With just 4 quantum computers, he has already held the entire Earth in his hands. Unknowingly, that guy who is only in his early 20s is already the most powerful man in the world. Chapter 379 The War Begins. Part 4. The maximum speed of the flying fighter is of course very fast, exceeding Mach 50. At such a high speed, the body of an ordinary person cannot withstand it at all, not even Mach 10, and will experience various physical and mental discomforts. In severe cases, he may even go black and die on the spot. But Luden can. As the head of SHIELD, he naturally has a quota for the super soldier serum. In fact, the quota of the entire SHIELD is in his hands. He can inject himself with any type of super soldier serum he wants, and it doesn't matter how many times he wants, as long as he doesn't die. Although for the sake of safety, he did not inject the best super soldier serum Double Dragon at present, nor the Red Dragon known for its combat effectiveness, but the immortality with vitality and life extension as its main purpose, which is not particularly powerful for enhancing physical fitness, but it is enough. After strengthening again, his physical fitness is at the same level as Captain America, and he can withstand even this level of high-speed flight. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the Cosmic Cube research base. As soon as he got off the plane, Carlson came to greet him. "How is the situation?" Luden asked as he walked quickly inside. 2 minutes ago, the Cosmic Demon sent an energy pulse to the outside world. Dr. Wells believes that this is a signal for external communication. As for what the signal is, and what information it contains, we don't know yet and we can't crack it. What about Mr. Stark? Maybe only he can give an explanation. Carlson replied. "Did you hear that, Eve? Contact Tony Stark." Luden turned a corner and entered the elevator. Contacting. Connected. Tony's hurried and angry voice came. "Say it quickly." Bang. "Get out of the way. Where's Boz? Tanks lead the way. Raiders, Prodigals, Blue Centurions, go save Boz. Veronica, activate the anti-king armor and take them to hell." It sounds like the battle is very intense. What the hell is the anti-king armor? Anti-Director Wang. It sounds unreliable. Luden said, "Do you need help?" "No." 3 minutes ago, Director Wang ordered a team of Azeroth Steel soldiers to set out from the Azeroth building and arrive at the battlefield in 20 seconds at the latest. Authority transfer in progress. Mr. Stark, you now have Class A authority for 50 Azerothian soldiers. The operation interface has been sent to Jarvis. You can now issue orders. 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. One was Tony, and the other was Eve. "Are you Eve, the number 2 quantum computer of the Schengen Bureau? Thank Director Wang for me. It seems that I should upgrade Jarvis." Tony was silent for a few seconds, and the sound of fierce fighting came. Then he panted heavily and said quickly, "Tell me, what's the matter?" The Cosmic Cube fired an energy pulse to the outside world. Carlson told the general situation again and asked hurriedly, "Mr. Stark, what do you think is the reason? What is that energy pulse? I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I don't have time to analyze the data now." Tony spoke quickly, "But according to my research, the Cosmic Cube cannot automatically fire energy pulses. Someone must be controlling it. You should immediately investigate the internal personnel of the research base, especially the scientists with high authority." Luden stopped suddenly. "There is a traitor in the research base, and someone has been controlled by Pioneer technology." "No. Someone is controlled by Loki?" "If someone really activates the Cosmic Cube privately, what do you think he wants to do?" asked Luden. "Our research has made a breakthrough. We can now open a portal at a certain distance. However, because it is not mature enough, the positioning is not accurate enough. Some parameters need to be adjusted. Tony said, I suspect that the energy pulse emitted should be used to locate the coordinates, to get in touch with the other end of the transmission, and to conduct continuous positioning. Then the next step is to open the portal. As for who will be teleported, I don't know. It's strange. The technology is not mature yet. It should not be possible to teleport over long distances. The energy is not enough. Who stole the energy of the cosmic cube? Killian. Let's have some fun. Click. The call was disconnected. Communications were interfered with. It is suspected that the communication system of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit was damaged. Should we contact other Iron Man suits? No need. Luden's face was very ugly. We have to speed up. Should we order an immediate stop to all research work on the cosmic cube? Carlson obviously understood and suggested, just turn off the power supply of the research center and unplug it. In this way, even if the researchers are controlled, they can't open the portal without power supply. As soon as the voice fell, Eve's voice sounded, the cosmic cube itself is an energy source. Once activated, there is a constant supply of energy. There is no point in cutting off the power supply. A high intensity energy pulse was detected. The cosmic cube has been activated and is in an active state, constantly releasing interference and radiation. Although it is a low energy gamma ray, the energy level has been continuously increasing. Once it reaches a peak, the portal will open. With the existing technology of the research center, this process is irreversible. Irreversible? Luden asked hurriedly. If the portal is opened, who will come? The probability of Loki coming alone is 20%. The probability of the supergiant coming alone is 1%. The probability of Loki and the supergiant coming together is 70%. And the probability of Loki and the supergiant coming with the Chitauri army is 9%. Supergiant? Chitauri army? What are these? Before he could ask, Eve had already briefly introduced the superstars and Chitauri. A woman stronger than Loki, and a more terrifying space pirate. Luden said in a deep voice, mobilize people immediately. Damn, I understand. He finally understood. AIM is Loki's subordinate. Attacking government agencies in dozens of countries. Attacking military bases with medium and short-range missiles. Even attacking the White House, the Pentagon, Trident headquarters, and Stark building. All of this is to transfer the most powerful military forces away, so that no one can support the research base, and stop Loki from taking the cosmic cube. If Tony is still there, he must have a way to shut down the cosmic cube. Eve. Luden clenched his fists. Contact Director Wang immediately and ask him to come and help. Director Wang is in Attilan on the moon to talk with Black Bolt and plan the space battlefield. He can't come back for the time being. The energy level of the cosmic cube is about to reach its peak, and the portal will be opened in 10 minutes at the latest. The security doors of the main passages of the research center were all manually closed. The intelligent control system was cut off. 103 desperate warriors were detected, and the interior of the research center has been controlled by them according to Dan Huang's assessment of the nearby military forces. All the people combined cannot fight against Loki and Superstar, and they will definitely not be able to break into the interior of the research center within 10 minutes. The opening of the portal will cause the distortion of the surrounding space, and the research center will collapse within 15 minutes. It is recommended to evacuate the crowd immediately. Luden understood. In other words, it is impossible to fight. Phil, order the evacuation of the crowd immediately. Luden turned around and walked outside, and after a few steps, he turned into a run. Suddenly, he stopped and Eve's voice sounded in his ears. 25 desperate warriors were detected nearby, controlling all entrances and exits. Nearby combat units have been notified for reinforcement. Agents Romanov and Barton and the super soldiers stationed in the research center are fighting with the desperate warriors inside. It is recommended to meet them immediately. You only need to hold on for 7 minutes, and the reinforcement will arrive. Sorry, the energy pulse of the cosmic cube and the thick reinforced concrete and polymer shielding layer interfered with my detection system. The number of extremis warriors exceeded expectations. Luden stopped in his tracks instantly. Fighting? How long has it been since you fought in person? Phil, how long has it been since we fought side by side? Luden stretched his muscles and asked with his head tilted. Never. Carlson replied. Ludan, okay, today is the first time. The two looked at each other and ran wildly in a certain direction. Moon, Atalan. In the King's Hall, Lao Wang and Black Bolt sat opposite each other, staring at each other. Medusa, Konak, Gorgon and others were accompanying them, staring at the two of them with their eyes, not blinking. The big dog Tetanus lay in the middle and couldn't help yawning. These guys have been doing this for 10 minutes and it's getting sleepy. It really wants to have a good sleep, but it can't do it for the time being. A big battle is about to begin and it wants to participate. Suddenly, Lao Wang blinked and the others returned to normal. The spiritual world is so amazing. Karnak couldn't help but sigh. Any material will decay and be destroyed one day. Terrigen crystal and vibranium can't exist forever. No matter how long their half-life is, it can't reach the end of the universe. Even the universe itself will be destroyed. It is said that the spirit is immortal, but the spirit will also be destroyed one day, and it is impossible to exist beyond the universe. Everything is meaningless. In front of the universe, dragons are no different from salted fish, and the same goes for life and death. From now on, if you say another word, I will let Tetanus throw you into a small dark room underground and lock you up for 10 years. Write down all your messy ideas for me. 10,000 words a day, and you won't get any food if you don't finish. Medusa glared at him. Karnak shut up quickly. 10,000 words, so scary. Or 1,000 words are already difficult, and you still want 10,000 words? Dream on. That's it, do as we discussed. Lao Wang said, the moon and the earth are inextricably linked, but the Inhumans are no longer the Inhumans of the past, and do not have the ability to fight in space. Please ask Tetanus to send you to the afterlife base on Earth, to fight with the afterlife Inhumans. His Majesty Black Bolt will join me in the space battle. Since it is the decision of His Majesty, all of us will obey. Medusa said, Director Wang, don't forget what you promised. One of the captured Chitauri spacecraft will be given to you, and it must be the best one. Lao Wang smiled. That's good. Medusa breathed a sigh of relief. The moon is too close to the earth and too dangerous. If there is a Chitauri spacecraft, everyone can be evacuated at any time to other planets. The universe is huge, and there are many planets suitable for human habitation, and they can always be found. Time is running out. Let's start. Lao Wang stood up, bowed and saluted, and then said goodbye. With Black Bolt's action, there is a better chance of winning. However, the space battlefield cannot rely on Black Bolt alone, and he has to summon more helpers. Those helpers are definitely no worse than Black Bolt. Chapter 380 Loki arrives. Part 5. Phil, left. Eve, tell me their location. Okay. Phil, I'll have 3 and you 2. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, boom. Phil, you're so slow, not as good as an old man like me. Sir, can you stop talking? Why haven't I seen you talk so much before? Nonsense, I haven't been a field agent for many years. I'm a little nervous. Huff huff huff, there are 20 extremists chasing us. How many extremists are hiding in the research base? Why do I feel that the entire research base is full of extremists? Is this still my research base? Phil, run. Deep underground in the Cosmic Cube research base, Ludan and Phil Coulson are running for their lives. In the past few minutes, they have been moving towards the interior, trying to meet up with Black Widow, Hawkeye and others, but those extremists seemed to have put wards everywhere, and they could find them, no matter how they ran. Then there was a fierce battle. The two of them, one is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the former king of agents, and the other is also a field agent who has carried out many missions, and has some combat power. In addition, both of them have been injected with super soldier serum. In terms of combat power alone, most of the extremists are not their opponents. Most. There are also some that are different. All the extremists are transformed by the personnel of the research center who were injected with the extremis virus. Their loyalty can't stand the test, and it is unknown how Loki controlled them. Among these people, there are researchers who have little combat power. Ludan can kill 10 of them. But the security personnel are different. Being able to serve as security guards in the most important Cosmic Cube research base means that they are already outstanding, and they are special forces or field agents. Ludan is okay. As for Coulson, he is really no match for those people, if he fights alone. In addition, even many of the super soldiers stationed here have been controlled, and the situation is very bad. Originally, with Eve here, the monitoring system can be mobilized at any time to track the location of those guys. Who knew that the other party would lose power, and Eve suddenly became a half-blind person with 1000 degrees of myopia. But somehow, the other side knew their location at any time. Eve, what's going on? Luden closed a security door and leaned against the door to breathe heavily. According to analysis, it should be Loki who used the Mind Scepter to project his mind and controlled those people with the power of the Mind Scepter, Eve answered. So, Luden rubbed his injured thigh and asked, Eve, how long will it take for the reinforcement to arrive? There are still 7 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man without eyes appeared beside him. Carlson subconsciously raised his gun to shoot, but was held down by Luden. Who are you? Luden asked. Level 7 agent of the Schengen Bureau, Deputy Minister of Intelligence, Deputy Commander of the Afterlife Base in Human Gordon. Eve answered. Luden heaved a sigh of relief. Are you alone? I'm enough. Gordon said, the space here is a bit chaotic, which affects my spatial perception and transmission accuracy. In order to ensure that I don't teleport into the wall or split myself, I can only teleport over short distances. I teleported 183 times before I found you. Now tell me, where are you going? Your ability is teleportation? Seeing Gordon nod, Luden immediately said, teleport us to the cosmic cube. Just take the cosmic cube away, isn't it? Even if there is no way to shut it down, you can throw it to the center of the earth or the deep sea, so that those guys will suffocate to death when they come out, or be drowned by the sea water. How good is that? Gordon replied indifferently, I don't know where the cosmic cube is, but it can be roughly judged that it should be in the place where the spatial chaos is the most serious. The spatial distortion there is very serious, and I can't teleport there unless I die. There is no other way. Luden had to say, then take us to another place to find someone. He quickly asked Eve to find the location of Black Widow and others. A few seconds later, several senior executives of SHIELD met. Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton. Just as Luden was about to say something, Gordon suddenly said, I feel a very strong spatial fluctuation. Someone has opened a super long distance portal. The other end should be deep in the universe. It's too late. Realizing that the cosmic cube had opened the portal and Loki and others were likely to come, Luden sighed. Gordon, send us away to the Trident headquarters. Inside the research center, the gamma ray index has reached its peak. Dr. Wells was excited. It's about to open. It's about to open. The cosmic cube glowed. It suddenly projected a dense and extremely high azure energy beam, projected it onto a platform 30 meters away, and condensed into a huge vortex. After a few seconds of accumulation, the vortex disappeared, and 2 people appeared. One of them wore a staghorn helmet, a green cloak, and held a crescent-shaped scepter. It was Loki, the god of trickery, and the one in his hand was naturally the scepter of the mind. Next to him was another tall and thin woman. Her exposed face was actually blue, with starlight all over her body. Looking at her was like looking at a starry sky. She was a superstar, one of the sons of Thanos, one of the 5 black generals, and the one who had the closest relationship with Thanos. Earth, a dirty and backward place. Even the air is full of dirty and disgusting smells. Superstar looked disdainful. Compared with the Kree's home planet, Earth is not even garbage. If it weren't for the Master's order, she would not want to come here at all. Every breath she took felt like she was dirtying her body. Master, you are here. Dr. Wells knelt on one knee quickly. Then, several other people knelt down. You. Another person was about to question. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and Loki came in front of him, and the crescent-shaped tip of the scepter touched his heart. The next moment, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and he knelt on one knee, respectful. Master. Several other researchers realized that something was wrong, and turned around and ran. So slow. Superstar snorted and raised his hands. A starlight fell on those people. Their steps suddenly stopped, and then they turned stiffly and knelt on the ground facing the supergiant. Master. There was not only respect in their expressions, but also fascination. The corners of Loki's mouth twitched slightly. He is one of the most amazing wizards in the 9 realms. He is good at many things, including dark magic and frost magic. The strongest of them is illusion. As for mind control, he is not good at it. You, the supergiant, can't do anything except mind control and telepathy. Why are you showing off? Tell me where the immortal Iron Fist is. Loki looked at a researcher. It's not important. The supergiant said. First complete the task assigned by the master. Okay, listen to you. Loki bowed politely and looked like a gentleman. This style made the supergiant dislike. He prefers the overlord like Thanos, who is tall, strong and full of power, rather than the thin and short weak chicken like Loki. In her opinion, her man must be stronger than herself, otherwise why look for a man? Except for the master, she looks down on everyone. Tell me, what do we need to open a portal that can allow the cosmic army to pass through? Loki asked. We must heat the cosmic cube to 100 million degrees, break the Kowloon barrier, and then stabilize the quantum tunneling effect. We also need an energy source to complete the heavy ion beam fusion, and then the cosmic cube will be fully activated, automatically supply energy, and open larger and larger portals. Dr. Wells' eyes were shining. All materials are ready, including metal iridium. The only thing we need now is energy, strong enough energy. At least a nuclear fission reactor can achieve it. The bigger the better. I have a good place. Loki smiled evilly, and it's ready. It was one of the highest places in New York, and one of the most dazzling places. He originally chose 2 places, but unfortunately the other one was too difficult to deal with. Now he can only choose the second one, which is barely suitable. The people here are still useful. You take him and the equipment over first, and I will gather the manpower. Supergiant said. Loki smiled slightly and left with the researchers. Supergiant raised his hands. More starlight spread towards the entire research base. Those who were still fleeing stopped and knelt down facing the supergiant. Master. Voices rang out at the same time. Very good. The supergiant's eyes sparkled with stars. The dirty earth is not suitable for living, but you will be reborn under my inspiration. Go, destroy this backward order, and cleanse the world with blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 381 Heroes Gathering. New York, Stark Tower. This is no longer a simple battle, but a war. Dozens of Iron Man suits and dozens of Azeroth Iron soldiers entered the building to escort innocent people away. The focus of New York, which was built less than a year ago, has now become a battlefield for both sides and is about to be destroyed. One after another, the desperate warriors shuttled inside, constantly killing and destroying, but avoided the most important areas, the arc reactor hidden deep underground, and the main pipeline for transmitting energy. If it were in the open field, any Iron Man suit or Iron Soldier would be enough to kill 10 desperate warriors with their superiority. No matter how strong their physique is, they can't stop the attack of macro missiles and arc pulse cannons. No matter how strong their regeneration ability is, once they are blasted into slag, they can't survive. But this is not the wilderness, but the inside of the building. The environment here is complicated, and even macro missiles dare not be launched, because if you are not careful, they will destroy the load-bearing wall and cause a chain reaction. You can only use weapons with weaker power and melee. Designed for wearing, the steel suits with very thin external armor are more flexible, but they are far inferior to the Azeroth Iron Soldier in terms of defense and attack power. They perform very poorly when facing the Extremis warriors. Their weak strength and attack power cannot destroy the Extremis warriors. Even if the opponent falls from the roof of a building hundreds of stories high, he will not die and can climb up quickly. The Extremis warrior can control the temperature in his body, which can reach more than 3000 degrees Celsius. It can easily melt most of the metals and alloys on the earth. After writing some formulas of the Super Soldier Serum, the strength performance of the Extremis warrior is only slightly worse than that of the Super Soldier. With the high temperature, the steel suit can be melted and torn into pieces, even split in half. The battle was difficult. Tony had to thank Director Wang in his heart. If Director Wang hadn't sent those steel soldiers, he would have lost this battle. The brand new steel soldiers have been upgraded using technologies he didn't understand, such as armor. After a simple scan, it was found that the external armor of the Azeroth Iron Soldier, whether in terms of hardness or toughness, or other performance, was much stronger than the Iron Suit. If the Iron Suit had not been mixed with a lot of vibranium, the gap would be even greater. In addition, the Iron Soldier uses remote control and does not consider wearing, so the external armor is thicker, the defense and attack power are stronger, and it can be equipped with more weapons of different numbers and types. The performance is far superior to the Iron Suit, and the cost is likely to be lower. Am I wrong? Tony shook his head gently. I'm not wrong. The positioning of the Iron Soldier is the same as that of the Godstick Bureau, which is to attack, while the Iron Suit is born for protection. Different concepts and different purposes. Protection is much more difficult and heavier than attacking. After a fierce battle, the desperate warriors suffered heavy casualties. They could not fly and were blocked by the Iron Suit and Iron Soldier, and he finally came to Killian. Tony, we finally meet. Killian smiled beside the tied up Pepper Potts. You are not worthy of Pepper Potts. She can be more perfect. Now in front of you, I will give her a gift that will connect her to me. He raised his hand, and in his hand was a syringe. No. Tony roared, and the syringe pierced Pepper Potts' neck. The amber liquid was injected into the body, and Pepper Potts' whole body instantly seemed to be burned by fire, hot and dry. She will soon become one of us. Killian threw away the syringe and moved his neck a few times, but you can't see it, Tony. This is the rooftop, just like in the past. But it's not me who blows the cold wind, nor is it you. You don't have the qualifications. As he spoke, he rushed towards Tony. In front of a woman, the two men started a fierce physical fight and soon fell from the roof to the lower floor. At this time, Loki quietly came to the rooftop with the researchers and the necessary equipment. He wanted to use a mind scepter to control Tony Stark, but he had to give up and hide for a while after thinking of Superstar's reminder. There are so many robots here, they can't be controlled by the mind scepter. If they all attack him, there is nothing to be afraid of, but it is not so easy to open the door. Dignified and beautiful Miss Superstar, when can you arrive? He asked. Superstar's mental transmission sounded in his ears. I'm stopped. Hold on tight. Stopped. Superstar is one of the 5 Obsidian generals. Is there anyone on Earth who can stop her? It can't be the Supreme Sorcerer himself, or the Immortal Iron Fist? Loki frowned. No, it must not be, otherwise Superstar would definitely say it. Earth, it's really mysterious. He smiled evilly. It will belong to me soon. Under the protection of illusion, researchers began to assemble equipment and supply energy through the arc reactor. Soon, a dazzling light came on, and the cosmic cube was activated. The huge energy fluctuation destroyed the illusion, and presented everything to everyone. On the high seas of St. Juan, a deserted island. From a distance, the sky and the sea are one color, and from a close distance, it seems that there is no one living. But such a deserted island, where almost no one comes, has undergone earth-shaking changes in recent times. There are potholes everywhere, and the faces are completely changed. With roars and cries of pain, 2 strong men are fighting fiercely. Bang! Hulk once again planted the abomination Bronski into the ground, and snorted, weak chicken, boring. Really? A smiling voice sounded, then I will find you a better opponent, how about it? Hulk turned around, and saw Lao Wang, grinning. Hulk, fight. Don't be impatient, you have to wait a little longer. Lao Wang smiled and said, there are a lot of enemies, and we need to find a few more helpers. Hulk, enough. Hulk patted his chest with the shield. It may not be enough, Hulk. Lao Wang released his spirit and whispered, Adam, send me their location. The location is as follows. A magnetic and low voice sounded. Lao Wang roughly calculated the distance, and released his spirit. Less than a minute later, all the personnel were found. The next moment, orange portals appeared one after another, densely packed. There were hundreds of them. Ghost Rider Robbie rushed out in his car. Immortal Dragon Xiaolao staggered out holding a wine jar. Shockwave Girl Sky walked out quickly and skillfully, and more people followed. Densely packed, there were thousands of them. These people came from Kunlun, from the afterlife, from Kamataj, from the Antarctic base, from many more places, and were the most powerful beings on the entire Earth. And now they were all gathered for the same purpose. The war is about to begin, but your battlefield is not here. Lao Wang looked around and asked, "Are you all ready?" "Wang, I'm ready. What's there to prepare for? Isn't it just going to outer space to judge sin? It's the same everywhere. I haven't been to space for a long time. I don't know if my muscles and bones can withstand the toss." Shockwave Girl Sky, Ghost Rider Robbie, Immortal Dragon Xiaolao all expressed their opinions. The others were silent. Their faces were either calm, excited, or curious, but definitely not fearful. Very good. Lao Wang opened the door again, and a huge portal appeared. Destination Schengen. Let's go. Chapter 382 Target, Stark Tower, Part 1. Shield Trident Headquarters. After a space fluctuation, Gordon appeared in the energy flow like an arc, bringing the survivors of the Cosmic Cube research base. "Gordon, can you still save others?" The good old man Carlson was unwilling to give up on others. Fresh lives should not be buried. Some of them are already in their 70s or 80s, and some are less than 20 years old, and don't even have a girlfriend, just like himself. There is still a long road of life to go, and it shouldn't end so early. They haven't seen the brilliant world, and haven't enjoyed the beauty of the world. Among them are scientists, engineers, and well-trained shield agents and special forces. Even if we don't look at it from the perspective of ordinary people, just from the perspective of SHIELD's interests, these people are too valuable. The loss of one is millions of dollars. If all the hundreds of people in the entire research base died, it would be a loss of at least billions of dollars. This is not counting the research base itself. "I'll go and take a look." Gordon disappeared in an instant, and came back less than a minute later, with injuries on his body. A piece of flesh was missing from his left arm, and bleeding. It looked very serious. "Quick, hemostatic potion." Carlson quickly reached out to the field agent next to him. Every shield field agent carries several life-saving potions, including a special hemostatic drug that will never appear on the market. Luden also quickly reached into his wallet. The injection he carried with him was more effective, specially provided by the director, mixed with the dragon bone of the immortal dragon, and as long as he was not dead, he would not die. "No, Jirang will help me with the treatment." Gordon refused coldly as always, covering his wound and said, "The research center is collapsing. The portal has been opened, and Loki and Superstar are here. They have controlled a lot of people in the research base, almost 200 or 300, and I was injured by one of them." Ludan and Carlson looked at each other. The other party can actually control so many people at once. If they are allowed to wreak havoc on the Earth, it will cause the Third World War. Loki suddenly disappeared. He may have other moves. Supergiant is controlling those people to leave. I don't know what he wants to do. Gordon said, "I have to go back to heal my wounds. I'm needed in other places. The director told me to let Eve notify me if there is any need. I will come as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. "Sir." Carlson was worried. "Loki and Supergiant are more terrible than we thought. If they succeed in opening the portal to the depths of the universe and let the Chitauri army come, New York will be finished. If necessary, the Security Council may order the launch of nuclear bombs." Black Widow knew that those people were leftists. It is difficult to say whether it is right or wrong. The butt determines the head. In the eyes of those people, human lives are numbers. If sacrificing millions of people in the center of New York can save everyone in the United States, or even 7 billion people in the world, they will definitely do so, and pass it unanimously. As for myself, and those who are still fighting the enemy to the death, sorry, they can only be sacrifices. Luden was silent. It is not possible, but certain. He knows the politician's practices better than anyone else. So the portal must not be opened. "Eve, help me monitor the movements of Loki and Supergiant," Luden ordered. According to the highest order issued by Director Wang, as soon as Loki and Supergiant appear, the maximum resources will be mobilized to monitor them immediately. The Cosmic Cube research base has collapsed, and more than 500 people are buried underneath. All parties have been notified to launch a rescue operation. Preliminary estimates show that half of the people will die. Very few will survive until the rescue is successful, and some people will not die after being injected with the extremis virus. Superstar led hundreds of people to successfully escape the research base. According to the judgment, their destination is Stark Tower. High-intensity energy fluctuations were detected on the top of Stark Tower. It has been confirmed that it is the Cosmic Cube. Loki and a large number of Cosmic Cube researchers are also there. They have successfully assembled the equipment and used the large arc reactor of Stark Tower to power the Cosmic Cube. The portal is expected to open within 10 minutes. This information will be sent to Director Wang and all air-level authority holders as soon as possible. According to the highest priority, Scholar Witch and Camotage Wizard have been notified to intercept Superstar. All parties will rush to the scene as soon as possible. Is there no way to stop the portal? Luden asked. After the Cosmic Cube is activated, it automatically draws energy from the universe itself. The powerful energy forms an energy protection layer that can only be broken by energy of the same level, such as the Mind Scepter and the Eye of Agamotto, so there is no way to close it. Luden walked to the window and looked in the direction of Stark Tower. Although the distance was too far and he couldn't see anything, he still felt a palpitation. Since 1995, he has never encountered such a terrible danger. No, even the one in 1995 was not as dangerous as this time. The Earth is facing a catastrophe. How are other aspects? Luden asked. The White House. Lincoln released a lightning bolt, destroyed the last desperate warrior, and came to the president and vice president. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, you are safe, he said. Who are you? The president looked around and didn't recognize any of them. But looking at these people's strange abilities and appearances, he can basically be sure they are Inhumans. Inhumans from the afterlife base of the Schengen Bureau. I'm Lincoln. They are Whip, Yo-Yo, Hellfire, Doppelganger. Lincoln briefly introduced himself and suddenly heard Eve's voice. The portal will open in 10 minutes and all parties will rush to Stark Tower immediately to participate in the final battle. Sorry, Mr. President, we still have important things to do. Lincoln bowed slightly. I order you to escort us until we are safe, said the vice president. I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, we only follow the orders of Director Wang and Miss Sky, the supreme commander of the afterlife base. Your orders are invalid. A flying fighter plane emerged from invisibility and landed steadily. All desperate warriors are dead. The White House is safe now. Don't run around. Lincoln took everyone on the fighter plane and shot into the sky like a sharp arrow. The Pentagon. There were corpses all over the ground, one of which was the Secretary of State. His workplace was not here, but he happened to come to the Pentagon for something, and then he happened to be killed by a desperate warrior in the war. All desperate warriors are dead. You are safe. Master Chen was holding two big hammers weighing at least 300 kilograms in total, looking as majestic as he could be. Thank you, strong man. General Ross, who is now the Secretary of Defense, hurriedly thanked him. Master Chen's face rose. How can you talk like that? How did my daughter become a strong man? If it wasn't for Grandmaster Wang's order, I would have slapped you to death. Grandmaster Chen, who had a hot temper, was unhappy. General Ross was surprised. Is this person a woman? I really can't tell. Okay, old Chen, it's no big deal. Americans don't understand aesthetics. Your daughter is so pretty. Just marry her to my son. Another Grandmaster laughed and said, Eve asked us to go to that Stark building. Who knows the place? I don't know. I have been practicing in Kunlun for 120 years. This is my first time setting foot in the mortal world. How can I know this? You have to ask Matt and the others about this, or someone of you knows? Several Grandmasters asked, and the Master shook their heads. We are all hermits. How can we know about mundane things? That, I know. A pair of white hands raised. Danny Rand. Master Chen slapped his forehead and said, you seem to be from New York, right? Do you know where Stark Tower is? Actually, I don't know. When I left New York, it might not have been built yet. Seeing that Master Chen's big hand was about to fall, Danny quickly shrank his neck. But who knows? Don't they know? He pointed at the ministers who were rescued. The ministers quickly stepped back and waved their hands. Are you kidding? The Pentagon is the safest now, and we don't want to go anywhere. I'll lead the way for you. General Ross suddenly said. You have guts. Master Chen gave a thumbs up. A flying fighter plane landed, and everyone boarded the plane and flew towards Stark Tower. Chapter 383 Scarlet Witch vs Superstar, Part 2. Asgard, Odin's Palace. Father, you're looking for me? Thor strode in with his hammer in hand. You don't look well. What happened? Frigga, the Queen of Gods standing next to him, was somewhat relieved. After being exiled and regaining divine power, Thor grew up overnight. This was the first time he learned to read his father's face and care about him. The naughty child is considerate. In this way, Odin can rest assured to die in a few years. Thor, something happened in Midgard. Frigga said. Heimdall has been staring at Midgard. He saw the cosmic cube appear, opening the portal, and he also saw Loki. Loki? Thor almost jumped up with excitement. He's still alive. Great, he's really still alive. I knew it. He wouldn't die so easily. No matter who dies, she won't die. Yes, Thor. Loki appeared, but he was not alone, and with him appeared a woman named Supergiant. They came for the cosmic cube, and have already started a war in Midgard. Heimdall said, once Loki takes the cosmic cube and gives it to the person behind him, Midgard and even the entire 9 realms will be passive, and war will break out at any time. The 1,000 years of peace in the 9 realms will completely disappear, and even usher in destruction, ushering in Ragnarok. My brother will never bring disaster. Thor was angry. Thor, calm down. Frigga said, the rainbow bridge is broken. Asgard's control over the 9 realms is in trouble. There are rebellions everywhere. So your father, and I hope you will go to Midgard, and bring back the cosmic cube and Loki. Okay, I will definitely bring Loki back. Thor was still immersed in the joy that his brother was not dead. He is still alive. It's good to be alive. This is really great. After being happy for a full minute, he suddenly remembered another question. How should I go to the lower world? The rainbow bridge was broken. Heimdall was seriously injured. Although he has recovered, the power of the rainbow bridge has gradually faded, and even he may not be able to send himself to Midgard. I will mobilize the dark energy of the universe to send you to Midgard. Odin's majestic voice sounded. You must remember, don't conflict with the people of Midgard. I have already greeted the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. She and the 3 major temples will not stop you. The only thing you need to worry about is the immortal Iron Fist. Immortal Iron Fist? King? Don't be afraid of that. Thor swung Thor's hammer excitedly. Here's my brother. By the way, Loki is too cunning. I may not be able to catch him. I need my brother's help. I also want to fight him. I haven't fought for more than a year. Odin, Frigga. Forget it. Whatever you think, as long as you can bring back the cosmic cube. The immortal Iron Fist will most likely help. After all, in front of the powerful enemies of the universe, the 9 realms are one. But the problem is, that guy will definitely ask for benefits. Last time he took the icebox and the infinity gauntlet. So what will he take this time? Thinking of this, Odin felt distressed. If this continues, my treasure house will be emptied by that guy, right? Odin sighed inwardly, and looked at Thor. Why is this child so unpromising and thrifty? The treasures in my treasure house are all for you. Somewhere in New York. The superstar walked slowly, seemingly walking very slowly, but her speed was faster than everyone else. She had a good figure, and was very beautiful, at least in the eyes of the Kree. Wherever she walked, the stars fell, and the whole world seemed to be covered with a beautiful and hazy veil, showing a mysterious color. Those who were originally hostile to her lost their minds after seeing her, and murmured to themselves, so beautiful, I really want to have a lesbian relationship with her regardless of gender, age, or age. They all gave way. The originally crowded street made way for a road that led directly to Stark Tower. This made the supergiant's mouth curl up with a trace of undisguised sarcasm. The earthlings were really rubbish. They couldn't even resist this kind of naturally released spiritual charm. They were indeed inferior barbarians who were still in the primitive evolutionary stage. And around the supergiant, super soldiers and desperate warriors acted as flower protectors. Anyone who dared to disrespect the supernova would immediately arouse their hostility and even kill. Killing was obviously not their goal, but just a matter of convenience. Walking forward, After about 5 minutes, the supergiant suddenly stopped and realized that something was wrong. Strange, I sensed a very strong spatial fluctuation. Could it be? She let go of her mind and felt a layer of barrier. A strange spatial barrier separated her and the guards from the real world. Although she could sense the outside world and those dirty earthlings through the barrier, she couldn't touch them. This is already another world, a world independent of the real world. She turned around suddenly and saw a woman in a red robe standing not far away, holding a red crystal staff in her right hand and wearing an extremely ugly ring on her index and middle fingers. The figure of the woman in red was much bigger than hers, which made her a little annoyed. Women were particularly jealous when they met. What made her more alert was that this woman had a strange power, which was similar to her own power, coming from the scepter of mind. It turned out to be Loki's experiment, and now she is standing on the opposite side of me. The superstar looked unkind. Next to the woman in red was a young man with premature grey hair. He looked very immature and eager to try. He had another kind of energy on his body, which was the energy of the cosmic cube. Obviously, he was also Loki's experiment. Low quality Asgardians, always causing trouble for me. The superstar was a little irritated and continued to observe. Not far from the man and the woman, there was a young girl wearing red and white cloth armor, holding a staff of ordinary quality in her hand. She looked the kind that made people feel sorry for her. There was also something familiar about her. It turned out to be an alien, a defective product of the experiment 9,000 years ago. The superstar realized that something was wrong. The building in front of her was exactly the same as the building behind her. She had been trapped in the mirror space without knowing it. Any space has an upper limit. If it is only this level, she is confident that she can break it with absolute strength, but before that, she has to deal with the enemy in front of her first. Just the three of you? Superstar sneered. Kill them for me. As soon as the voice fell, hundreds of flower protectors immediately rushed towards Wanda, Quicksilver and Crystal. Sister, I will protect you. Quicksilver had already taken a posture, but was stopped by Wanda. Pietro, stay aside. The flower protectors are all super soldiers or desperate warriors. It only takes 3 or 4 seconds to sprint 100 meters. While they were talking, they had already rushed to the front. At this time, Wanda raised her staff. The crimson light emanated from the red crystals at both ends of the disintegration staff, instantly illuminating the entire world, and then quickly condensed into a layer of barrier. The flower protectors inside the barrier stopped one after another, looking confused. What happened to us? Where is this place? What happened? Suddenly a charming voice sounded. I'm Wanda Maximoff, a level 8 agent of the SHIELD, codenamed Scarlet Witch. The gentle voice warmed their hearts and made them trust this person involuntarily. That woman is called Superstar, and she has bewitched you. Now listen to my order. Kill her. The flower protectors were stunned for a few seconds. This is not right. We are from SHIELD, and Scarlet Witch is from the SHIELD. Why should we listen to her? But I don't know why. I always feel that what she said makes sense. Should I listen? They turned around and faced Superstar, feeling sick in their hearts. That blue-faced woman is so ugly, and we were obsessed with her just now, willing to be driven by her? Or is it that Scarlet Witch is beautiful, and her words must be right, and we must listen to her? Everyone, come together. The flower protectors rushed forward. Look, you are the only one now. Wanda raised her staff, and the scarlet power of chaos appeared, and soon turned into a thin magic whip. With a flick of her wrist, she whipped towards Superstar. Chapter 384 Thundergod Returns, Part 3. Stark Tower. Success. Looking at the cosmic cube that has formed a closed energy cycle barrier, Loki finally felt relieved. Only energy of the same level can destroy this barrier. No one can do it on the current Earth except him, not even the damn immortal Iron Fist, and Odin may not be able to do it. The task assigned by Thanos has been completed. I hope he can keep his promise. The Earth is mine. Loki thought he knew Thanos very well. He knew that the civilization destroyer and the universe man killer didn't care about a mere Earth. He was not even interested in the advanced civilizations of the universe such as Xanta. No one knew what his real purpose was. Maybe it was to collect the 6 Infinity Stones, to summon the dragon to save the princess. But the Infinity Stones were just a means. It was unclear what Thanos wanted to achieve through this means. In any case, victory was in sight. Loki was a man with a little cleverness, but not much foresight. The wisdom of the god of trickster was not as high as everyone imagined. Compared with people like Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, Loki's IQ was just so-so. Even if he was just playing tricks, he couldn't beat those senior politicians who climbed to high positions. Far from it. He had no interest in thinking about what Thanos wanted to do. It had nothing to do with him. He only cared about what he wanted to do. The leader of the Chitaurian superstar had the same evaluation of him. Loki's mind was not broad at all, and his vision was too narrow. Now the whole earth was in his eyes, and his eyes could only accommodate the earth, and at most Asgard, and the entire 9 realms. TSK, are you still fighting? Looking down at Iron Man and Dr. Killian, who were still in a state of fighting, Loki seemed to see a new toy. That bitch superstar said that the power of the isotope of the cosmic cube can offset the power of the mind scepter. Haha, I really want to try it. Loki walked slowly downward. He was not in a hurry. He liked the feeling of cat and mouse. The purpose of fighting was not to win, but to tease the opponent before winning. The greatest pleasure of the god of trickery was to play with others. This was the meaning of life. Suddenly, Loki felt something and looked up. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the pressure formed by the monstrous thunder prison enveloped the hearts of everyone in New York. He's here. Loki murmured to himself, with excitement, nostalgia, jealousy, and hatred in his voice. At this moment, everything in the past appeared in his mind, and all the negative emotions made him lose his mind. He now has only one goal, which is to defeat Thor. He believes that Odin must be watching him in Asgard. He wants to defeat Thor openly, and use this method to prove, I'm the real king of Asgard. A pillar of lightning fell from the sky, and Thor landed steadily on the top platform of Stark Tower. He was very fast, rushing to Loki like a thunder, and grabbing Loki's neck. Loki, you're still alive. There was surprise and doubt in Thor's voice, and more of the joy that his brother was still alive. But he quickly remembered the orders from the Father and the Queen of Gods. Now he had to focus on the mission, so he shouted sternly, where is the cosmic cube? Where is it? Ahem, you hurt me, my dear brother. That's right, you have never been gentle since you were a child, but no matter in Asgard or Midgard, women always like the rude you instead of the gentle me. This is really weird, isn't it? Loki said, long time no see. I miss you too, my brother. Loki, do I look like I'm kidding you? Thor shouted, the Father's order is for me to take you and the cosmic cube back together. Loki, you must accept punishment for what you have done. You take me back, and you also need the cosmic cube. How come Odin has no other way to repair the rainbow bridge? Loki's face was full of sarcasm. The dignified father of the gods, the invincible god king who dominates the 9 realms, the famous father of the entire universe, can't even repair a mere rainbow bridge. The cosmic cube is right there. Take it if you want. No one will stop you. Following Loki's hand, Thor saw the cosmic cube. He quickly threw Loki to the ground, then strode over and tried to pick up the cosmic cube. Loki stood not far away, looking at everything in front of him with a smile. He really wanted to see what his brother's face would look like next. Just when Thor's hand was about 1 meter away from the cosmic cube, it was suddenly blocked by a powerful energy layer. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in. What on earth is this? That is a very high level of cosmic energy, the energy released by the cosmic cube. Loki instigated, with a strong persuasive power in his voice. Don't you have a hammer? My brother, aren't you the god of hammers? As long as you have a hammer, you are invincible. Try to see if you can break it. Come on, try it. Humph, I would try it, even if you didn't say it. Although Thor's IQ is not high, he is not really brainless. He knew that Loki must have a great grasp of the energy layer and thought he couldn't break it. But how can you know if you don't try? Picking up Thor's hammer, Thor smashed the cosmic cube hard. The hard hammer hit the energy layer, just like hitting an extremely hard vibranium shield. The energy layer acted and bounced Thor back. The energy shockwave destroyed everything around. Even several researchers died on the spot. Dr. Wells was in a good position and escaped with his life. Loki, shut it down. Thor turned to look at his younger brother, his tone very stern. Don't make the same mistake again and again. Actually, you should thank me, my brother. Loki said, if it weren't for me, how could Odin waste so much dark energy to destroy your beloved Earth? Haha, I fell from the rainbow bridge, and you all probably thought I was dead. Did you hold a funeral for me? I'm sorry to disappoint you. You're gone, and there's no body. What's the point of holding a funeral? But we all mourn for you, father. It's your father. Loki was like an angry kitten, his hair standing on end, and he said coldly, he told you about my life experience, right? You and I have never been brothers, from the beginning. Thor was stunned for a moment, and felt very sad. We grew up together, played together and fought together, don't you remember? I was beaten by you. Loki sneered, I remember it very clearly. Your shadow has always shrouded me, and everyone can only see you, Thor. Who can still see me? What's the meaning of my existence? The throne should be mine. So you ruin my beloved world to satisfy your fantasy? Thor said in a deep voice, you can't do it. I will protect the earth, Asgard and the entire 9 realms. Okay, then you protect it. Loki stepped back, with a wicked smile. You want me to stop the cosmic cube? Come and chase me. Loki. Thor rushed over to catch Loki, but he found that it was an illusion. The real Loki was already several kilometers away, waving at him, with a mocking look on his face. You can't escape. Thor chased after him with his hammer. Chapter 385 Gathering at Stark Tower, Part 1. After the 2 gods from Norse mythology left, Stark Tower did not return to its original peace. The battle between Tony Stark and Dr. Killian continued. Although Tony's Iron Man suit was much stronger than before because of Lao Wang, Killian's Extremis virus was also stronger than the original version because of Lao Wang. What's more, Killian had pepper pots in his hands. Tony was afraid to fight and was forced to fight inside the Stark Tower, which was not suitable for Iron Man at all. As a result, Tony was no match for Killian. Manipulating the ultra-high temperature of more than 3000 degrees, Killian destroyed 5 sets of Iron Man suits by himself, forcing Tony into a desperate situation. Enjoy the taste of death, Tony. The future world belongs to me and Pepper Potts, and you bless us in hell. Killian pressed a finger on Tony's chest, and the ultra-high temperature quickly melted the reinforced composite armor there. It was about to kill Tony. Suddenly, a sturdy figure came up behind him and kicked him in the vitals. The pain made Killian's legs tighten, his body bent forward, and his face looked constipated. Then there was a series of actions, fast, accurate and fierce. She first swung a reinforced concrete stick and smashed Killian, almost smashing this world-class scientist into a meat pie, then hit him like a baseball, flying dozens of meters, and finally controlled the Mark 32 with only one arm left to detonate an energy pipeline of the arc reactor. In a thunderous roar, Killian was completely destroyed and turned into slag. Huff, huff. Pepper turned around and trotted to Tony. Oh my god. She seemed to have just recovered from her shock. I was really violent just now. I'm a professional woman who works as an assistant, a secretary, and a boss. I have never received any combat training. But just now, I relied on a series of combat skills and combat awareness to blast the obviously trained desperate warrior Killian into slag. How did I do it? At this moment, Pepper had to wonder if she had the genes of a fighting nation flowing in her body, or if it was because she often watched Director Wang's combat videos to relieve stress recently and was influenced by what she saw and heard. Tony, who watched the whole process, actually kept his original posture because of his injury and astonishment. Dear? He lay on the ground, looking at this disheveled woman who was almost burnt to ashes. Her toned body was exposed at a glance. Every inch of her skin showed unparalleled strength. The surging waves of fire flowed in her body, and she could be burned to ashes at any time. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, he looked at Pepper's whole body carefully. Sports bra, panties, only 2 pieces of cloth on the whole body. Everything that should be exposed is exposed, and the covered parts seem to be unable to cover anything. Isn't this going to be seen by that Killian? Well, he's dead. Why don't you wear it like this at home? Tony got up from the ground, enduring the pain all over his body. From a professional point of view, this set of underwear is obviously not suitable for you. I think lace is better, and the lower body should be dressed up. Have you considered trimming and tattooing? I think butterflies suit you very well. If you had dressed like this earlier, I would have taken action against you a long time ago. Tony, I want to beat you up now. Pepper was not interested in talking nonsense with this scoundrel. Feeling the explosive power all over her body, thinking about her performance just now, Pepper thought, I finally understand why you don't want to give up the Iron Man suit. This feeling is so attractive. I can't complain about you anymore. Understand me? Well, come and hug me. I haven't hugged you dressed like this before. Tony was about to give Pepper, his assistant, secretary, and nanny, a hug to thank her for saving him when he saw Pepper retreating, shaking her head like a pendulum, and shaking her hands like Doraemon. No, no. Don't come over. Don't come over. I will burn you and hurt you. Looking down at her body, seeing the fire line hidden under her skin like a blood vessel, Pepper had to resist her inner desire and refuse the hug of her beloved, for fear of hurting the other party and bringing herself a flaw that could never be made up. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. Hey, it's not hot. Tony grabbed Pepper and hugged her into his arms, almost rubbing her into his body, and of course he didn't forget to satisfy his hand addiction. You know what? After being injected with the extremis virus, my skin is much better than before, more delicate and smoother. Most importantly, the soft parts are still quite soft. So how does the extremis virus work? How come there is no muscle on the body? This is unscientific. Look at Captain Rogers. His muscles are so scary. Romanov is a woman, and she is also very strong. The last one is strong, but has no soft muscles. It seems to be Director Wang. Strange. How did I connect Pepper and Director Wang together? Tony, my body now. Pepper is obviously very worried about her physical condition, and her condition is obviously not right. I heard that the extremis virus is not perfect yet and there is a risk of spontaneous combustion and explosion. Now that I have been injected with the extremis virus, I don't know if there will be any problems, such as can't have children. When you get excited, you get hot all over, just like Dr. Banner. Can't have a high life. Can I become normal? She almost cried, feeling that the future is dark and there is a risk of dying at any time. No, you'll never be normal again if you're with me. Tony was extremely confident, but I think I can handle this thing. I almost figured it out when I was drunk. I'm much smarter now than I was then, at least 10 times smarter. But I heard that this is not just the extremis virus, it's also mixed with super soldier serum. Pepper was worried and felt that it was not that simple. Okay, I admit it will be a little difficult, but I can handle it. Tony shrugged. Eve, didn't you say I have A-level clearance? Send all the information about the super soldier serum. Sorry, this operation requires S-level clearance, or A-level clearance for the biochemical laboratory. A pleasant voice sounded, and Tony had no choice now. Then tell your Director Wang for me. Tell him that I need it, and ask him what conditions he wants to give it to him. According to order number 71 of the Azeroth laboratory signed by Director Wang, all the information in the laboratory is open to the public for a fee. You can exchange it with other information of equal value. The final right of interpretation belongs to Director Wang. This is too much. Tony was too lazy to care about it. Anyway, his own black technology is more, and of course the Azeroth laboratory seems to have more. This is a later story, and now there are more important things to do. Honey, let's go up and take a look. Tony put on another set of iron battle suits and flew to the roof with Pepper in his arms. At this time, many people had gathered on the roof. Chapter 386 Flesh and Blood, Standing as an Unbreakable Door, Part 2. What's the situation now? Tony looked around and found that he didn't know many people. There were dozens of people, most of them were Asian. If nothing unexpected happened, they should have come from the Afterlife base, Kunlun base, etc. Especially those strong men whose clothes were incompatible with modern society, and the strong women, who looked like a larger version of Director Wang, must be from Kunlun. Apart from these people, there were less than 10 Western faces left, and there were only a few of them that he knew. The new Secretary of Defense, Thaddeus E. Ross, who had always disliked him, the leader of the Defenders Alliance, Daredevil Matt Murdock, who had become the chief vigilante of New York, and of course the Golden Sign Board of the Avengers, Captain America Steve Rogers. Ross was obviously not interested in answering the Playboy's questions, and Daredevil didn't want to speak because he didn't know him well. The one who spoke was Captain America, who also disliked Tony. The situation is under control. The only problem is this. He pointed at the cosmic cube and said, Drivewell said that its energy has been increasing and will soon reach its peak. Tony snorted and looked at his old friend who survived a disaster. Shut him up, Dr. Wells. When he was at the Cosmic Cube research base, Dr. Wells was his assistant. He was quite capable and was considered the tallest among a group of dwarfs in the science and technology department of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was almost half as tall as himself, just reaching the thigh. Very good. Hey, you guys are too late. Dr. Wells had a religious fanaticism on his face. It can't be stopped. Do you know what it is going to show us? A brand new universe. A brand new view of the universe. All our previous knowledge systems will be overturned. The entire universe is like a beautiful woman wearing a jewel. I seem to have seen her opening it. Pa. With a muffled groan, Dr. Wells fell down. Everyone's eyes were cast on Master Chen at the same time, his right hand still on his chest. Just now, she crouched and quietly came behind Dr. Wells, then suddenly jumped up and chopped him down with a knife. The speed was so fast that no one could see the shadow of her hand. It was in sharp contrast to her slow speed of 0.1 m/s. Why are you all looking at me? Master Chen felt that ordinary people were so confused. Isn't he annoying when he keeps talking? The key is that I don't understand him. Hey, Master Chen, we don't really want to talk about this. Danny Rand, who was deprived of the primary protagonist halo by someone, was embarrassed to speak. Then what do you want to say? Master Chen tilted his head and pouted his lips to think about it, seemingly understood. Are you afraid that I will kill him? Don't worry, we Kunlun people never kill innocent people indiscriminately, and we will show mercy if we can. I'm very measured, nothing will happen. Well, we don't want to talk about this either. Danny was a little afraid of this master of the training ground who had an overwhelming advantage in size. In the days when they couldn't see Grandmaster Wang, Master Chen spent his days drinking and training them. If they didn't complete the training tasks, they wouldn't be given food. Those unbearable days didn't end until Danny became a master himself. He didn't dare to answer Master Chen's question, so he could only look at Master Chen's father, Grandmaster Chen, for help. Daughter. Grandmaster Chen was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to let the younger generation suffer, so he patiently explained, have you ever thought that your body shape is not suitable for sneak attacks? Why? Master Chen was puzzled. Isn't it said that women with slim bodies are suitable for sneak attacks? There was no way to respond to this, so everyone could only remain silent. It seems that we don't have much time left. In the end, Tony coughed to break the deadlock. I'll destroy it. He raised his hands and aimed his palms at the cosmic cube. Two lasers were fired instantly, but they did not hit the cosmic cube. Instead, they were blocked by a spherical azure energy layer. The lasers bounced along the original route and hit Iron Man's suit. Flying back into the air, Tony took a few seconds to steady himself. He said, Jarvis. Sir, that's made of pure energy. It's very powerful and very difficult to break. How difficult is difficult? To break it, at least 100 arc pulse cannons will be output at full power at the same time. How many suits are left? 13. Tony snorted. Eve, are you there? Yes, Mr. Stark. Are there any Iron Soldiers nearby? You want to mobilize enough Iron Soldiers to attack the energy layer at the same time as the Iron Suit. How smart. Thank you for the compliment, but I don't think it's necessary, Mr. Stark. Why? Because it's too late. At this moment, the cosmic cube suddenly released a beam of azure light, which shot into the sky and then exploded near the clouds, forming a huge energy vortex. Then the vortex opened and turned into a portal. Whoosh, whoosh. Looking far away, black dots drilled out of the portal, falling at a very fast speed, and then getting bigger and bigger. What is that? Minister Ross squinted, unable to see clearly. Scanning. Scan completed. Based on 173 feature comparisons, the invaders are Chitauri single soldier combat aircraft. The aircraft is powered by pure energy and can fly in a variety of environments such as low altitude, high altitude, and space. It has no energy defense system. The pilot is a Chitauri biochemical warrior who has been transformed by alien technology. 2/3 of his body has been replaced with metal materials, and the other third has been genetically reprogrammed. The overall density is 2.234 times that of humans. The body surface is covered with hardened stratum corneum and metal exoskeleton armor, and various energy weapons are installed. They have azure crystals on their bodies. Those are energy batteries, which is also their second biggest weakness. The biggest weakness is a Chitauri spacecraft. The biochemical warriors are controlled by the main computer of the spacecraft through electromagnetic waves. Destroying the main computer of the spacecraft or closing the portal will cause the biochemical warriors to sleep. My suggestion is, I don't have time to listen to your popular science, Eve. We have to fight. Tony said, those who can't fly can do it themselves. Leave it to me. He flew into the sky, and the remaining iron suits followed. Everyone except him looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems that we can't fly. The equipment of the Chitauri looks full of technology, and their weapons, like those in science fiction novels, can emit very powerful energy. Ordinary people can't resist this energy at all. Even Tony Stark's Iron Man will be injured if he touches it. In interstellar wars, energy weapons are the eternal theme. Wars between advanced civilizations are always dominated by energy. Powerful energy weapons, energy shields, high efficiency energy supported skyflight and superluminal flight are all standard features of advanced civilizations in the universe. Tony Stark moved around in the air, avoiding the weapons of the Chitauri, and taking the time to counterattack. More and more single soldier combat aircraft flew in from the portal, and in a blink of an eye, there were hundreds. Although it doesn't seem like much, it is already very difficult for the Earth to deal with. Once any aircraft leaves the high altitude and enters the city, its combat effectiveness must be far greater than that of ordinary fighters. Flexible enough, fast enough, and strong enough firepower. Try this. Tony snorted, and the armor on his shoulder opened. Dozens of macro missiles the size of a finger were launched, and each hit the enemy in the automatic lock guided by laser. The bodies and aircraft of the Chitauri are not as strong as imagined. Steel is also the main metal material in the universe. Although these composite armors have high technological content, the material is not much different from that on Earth. In the absence of energy shields, their defense capabilities are also limited. Just like the Iron Man suit that is decades ahead of the entire Earth, it can also be smashed into scrap copper and iron by the most primitive stones. The technological content of the Chitauri's equipment may be higher than that of the Iron Man suit, but it is also unable to resist the macro missiles of the Iron Man suit. The macro missiles, that look only the size of a finger, are much more powerful than imagined, and every time they hit the target, they will cause a violent explosion. The fireball produced by the explosion was even larger than several rooms combined. For a moment, the whole sky was filled with smoke and flames. In less than a minute, Tony Stark destroyed dozens of Chitauri aircraft by himself. This scene boosted morale. Aliens are not as scary as imagined. Ludan, who was monitoring everything at the Trident headquarters, felt a little relieved and suddenly asked, Eve, didn't Director Wang say that he was in charge of the space station? Why did the aliens come here? Isn't this bringing the battlefield to Earth? Director Wang, you can't do it. If you don't let them come, tell me how to find them in the vast universe. A low and magnetic voice sounded in my mind, but the owner of the voice had already arrived over New York, 300 kilometers away. Everyone, you have worked hard. The same voice entered everyone's mind. They looked up at the same time and saw a golden dragon crossing the sky, and another person stood on the dragon head, standing with his hands behind his back, floating like a fairy. Adam and Eve will tell you how to stabilize the situation. As for those damn Chitauri, Lao Wang raised his hands and clenched his fists. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The thick clouds gave birth to lightning, and then, under the seduction of the fist of the heavens, they turned into electric snakes that fell from the sky and swam to one Chitauri aircraft after another. Boom. Boom boom boom. Thunder roared from the blue sky. Hundreds of aircraft fell downward like dumplings. Lao Wang pulled off his belt and waved it gently. The crimson magic belt grew in the wind and soon became thousands of meters long and more than 10 meters wide, tying all the aircraft and Chitauri into a ball. tightly wrapped like a snake. There was a continuous sound of crackling. Soon, the aircraft and Chitauri were compressed into a ball by the huge force, a giant steel ball with a diameter of about 30 meters. Lao Wang lifted it gently. The giant steel ball flew into the sky like a cannonball and quickly passed through the portal. The distance was too far, and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, as if something had exploded with great force. I'm here. No one can invade the earth. Lao Wang soared into the sky and stood proudly in the portal. Then he took out a small instrument and pressed the positioning button. Chapter 387 Heroic Civil War, Part 3. In a forest in the suburbs of New York. Suddenly, lightning and thunder roared, and a terrifying shockwave swept through half of the forest. I don't know how many towering trees were broken in half. The grass bowed its head, and the birds and beasts scattered. A flat ground appeared in the middle of the huge forest, and in the middle of the flat ground was a pit. A deep pit. The red cloak fluttered in the wind, and Thor flew from the sky with a hammer, and landed on the ground. Loki. He looked at his brother who had been nailed deep into the ground and asked loudly, "What do you want to do? Destroy this world? Do you know how many people died because of you? Don't make any more mistakes. Stop the cosmic cube, and close that damn portal. Then come home with me. Let's go home." Home? Haha, where is my home? Loki lay at the bottom of the deep pit, like a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vast world. He could only see a little bit of the sky, and the face that occupied most of the sky, Thor's face. This scene was just like the past 1,000 years, and it had not changed. Thor is always in his world. Thor should be the pride of Asgard, but he has become the eternal shadow in his heart. No one wants to live in the shadow for a lifetime, and he is no exception. No matter how hard he thinks, he can't understand why Odin wants a reckless man to be his heir and become the future king of Asgard. Yes, he is very similar to you when you were young, but I'm more like you now. Thor got your strength, and I got your wisdom. Shouldn't wisdom be more important than strength? Or, after all, it's because I'm not your son. Home? Do you mean Asgard? That's your home, not mine. Or are you talking about Jotunheim? But I've never lived there. I heard that I was born in Midgard. What does Jotunheim have to do with me? They are not my home. I just want to find a home for myself. I chose Earth, the place where I was born. What's wrong with that? Thor, Asgard is yours. I won't take it away. Jotunheim is almost destroyed and no one wants it. I just want an Earth. Is that not okay? Loki's face was full of grief and indignation. He looked like a poor child who had his brother take away his candy and ran away from home with a few clothes, wrapped in a blanket. And this child was adopted. He actually didn't even have parents. He was an orphan. An orphan without a home, relatives, a home, and a sense of security. Loki, my brother. Thor was obviously affected by Loki's emotions and was a little excited. We are brothers. My father is your father, my mother is your mother, and my Asgard is your Asgard. Come on, follow me. This place does not belong to us. Let's go home. He threw Thor's hammer aside, stretched out his hands, and opened his arms. His face was sincere, and his eyes were full of expectations. Loki's face began to become confused. He seemed to be thinking, and finally seemed to have figured it out, and there was a touch of emotion and hesitation on his face. But I have made so many mistakes. Odin will not forgive me. Father will definitely forgive you, and Mother and I will also plead for you. Thor hurriedly comforted. We are a family for 1,000 years. As long as we are together, what else matters? Brother. Loki was finally moved, threw away the mind scepter in his hand, and floated up. Brother, my brother. Thor hurriedly hugged Loki in his arms. At this moment, the emotion on Loki's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a touch of evil charm. A dagger appeared in his hand, and then stabbed into Thor's chest along the hug. You are still so naive, my good brother. Loki kicked Thor down, and fell to the bottom of the deep pit. The mind scepter that he hid disappeared, and the real mind scepter appeared in Loki's hand. Goodbye, my brother. How about you come after me again? The crescent-shaped staff emitted a yellow light and hit the ground. The deep pit collapsed and buried Thor underneath. I know this can't trap you, but can you find me? With a hint of evil smile, more than a dozen Loki appeared and flew in different directions. Boom. Thor soared into the sky in the mud range. He stretched out his hand, and Thor's hammer flew into his hand. Looking around, more than a dozen Loki had already flown away. Even with his mental power, he couldn't tell which one was the real one. Loki's illusions have always been exquisite, not to mention that the scepter in his hand seemed to be enhancing his ability. Do you really think I'm a fool, my brother? Where else would you go, except to get the cosmic cube? He simply identified the direction and flew towards Stark Tower. Mirror space. Corpses fell one after another, fortunately not many, less than 20. The strength of the superstar should not be underestimated. Although she was restrained by Wanda's disintegration staff, her best abilities such as mind control, telepathy, and memory stealing were ineffective. But as a member of the Son of Thanos and the best of the Black Order, her abilities are not just these. She is a Kree. The physical fitness of the Kree is far superior to that of the Earthlings. Even compared with these super soldiers and desperate warriors, they are not inferior at all. After so many years of cosmic energy transformation, her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary Kree. Even Ronan the Accuser, the strongest Kree man, is not much stronger than her in terms of physical fitness alone. The silver white cape on her body is a high-tech product made by Thanos himself. It not only enhances her mental strength and telepathy, but also provides defense beyond heavy armor. This allows her to face the attacks of hundreds of enemies, and still, she was strong for half an hour before she fell into the disadvantage. Others are nothing. Even the inhuman girl who can control earth, fire, water and wind, and the white-haired young man who is not slow, are nothing. But she met Wanda. In front of the Scarlet Witch, she didn't even have the ability to fight back, and could only passively defend. The mirror space is the home court of the mage. All these factors combined led to the fact that the superstar, who has always been arrogant and looked down on everyone except Thanos, was defeated so easily and miserably. Everyone stop. The Scarlet Energy Whip tied up the superstar. It is unknown who learned this binding method from. This made the superstar's posture not very elegant and outlined the beautiful curves of women to the fullest. Coupled with the charm that was still being released, the men at the scene almost couldn't control themselves and did something shameful, including Quicksilver. Of course, he was always very fast, even if he did something inappropriate for children. Probably, children couldn't see it clearly, and then it was over? Stop it, Pietro. Wanda gently pulled Superstar to her side and then opened the portal. You go to Stark Tower to fight first. I will send her to Kamataj and hand her over to the Supreme Sorcerer for care, and then I will meet you. She looked a little weak, but in fact she was stronger and more powerful than anyone else. Coupled with the influence of telepathy, even Crystal didn't refute, pouting and opening the door unhappily. I don't want your door. Open my door yourself. Supreme Sorcerer, she is Superstar. Bringing Superstar to Kamataj, Wanda said respectfully. Director Wang said to leave her here with you, teacher, so that you can help watch her. Her telepathic ability is too strong, and he is worried about leaving her somewhere else. I will watch her personally. The barrier of Kamataj will suppress her ability. Don't worry. Ancient One nodded gently. There is a new change in Stark Tower. You should go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. New changes? Wanda remembered what Lao Wang had said before. Her face changed slightly, and she realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly opened the door. As soon as she arrived at Stark Tower, she saw a shield smashing towards her. Then there were 3 alloy arrows in a row. Finally, there was a black phantom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 388, One Man's War, Part 1. Captain America? Hawkeye? Black Widow? Aren't we on the same side? Why are they attacking me? Could it be that they are controlled by Loki? Wanda was about to fight back. A silver figure flashed by. It was Quicksilver. He turned sideways and knocked Captain America's shield off, grabbed the alloy arrows with both hands, and held one in his mouth. then quickly sent them 100 meters away and threw them away, then ran back and kicked Black Widow in the chest and finally stopped in front of Wanda. "Sister, why are you standing there like an idiot? Fight back. I'm telling you, many people are controlled by Loki next to the Cosmic Cube, the one holding the Crescent Staff." Damn, Captain America, are you serious? Do you really think you're so awesome with a 50-50 chance? I won't fight you. Hawkeye, let's have some fun. Quicksilver disappeared again. Not far away, Captain America was stopped by Bucky, and they loved and hated each other. The four masters of Kunlun fought against each other, and the masters below also fought in a group. Danny Rand looked at Master Chen, who was at least 3 times his weight, and ran away. There was no way. He was not in the same weight class at all. Lincoln was obviously very interested in Gordon, chasing him and shooting electric shocks. Gordon could only teleport and escape, and he didn't dare to run too far, worried that Lincoln would get into trouble, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the SHIELD had always disliked each other, and now they were affected by the Mind Scepter, and their negative emotions were magnified. Seeing their bosses, Captain America, Winter Soldier, fighting, they simply took advantage of them. The situation was out of control for a while. Wanda was in a bad mood. It was not that the situation in front of her made her irritable. Director Wang had already anticipated this situation and told her how to deal with it. It was not difficult. The key is, Pietro is crazy. He actually spoke to me in that tone. Is he thinking about heaven? Scarlet energy filled her pupils, and Wanda turned her anger into strength. She raised her hands and crossed them in front of her chest, quickly forming a spell, and muttered, "The form of Archon." As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of hands appeared behind her. Then the second pair, the third pair. More and more hands appeared, and Wanda was no longer Wanda, but the thousand-handed of Avalokitesvara. There were countless hands, representing countless Wandas. Countless illusions overlapped with her, and suddenly dispersed after a few seconds, scattering all over the battlefield. 1, 2, 100. Hundreds of Wandas appeared in every corner of the battlefield, and then stretched out their hands at the same time. A crimson magic whip appeared in the hands of each illusion, and it was wrapped around a person, regardless of friend or foe. Hundreds of magic whips entangled hundreds of people, even including Quicksilver, who was still moving at a high speed, and Crystal, who controlled earth, fire, water and wind. In just a moment, Wanda had controlled the entire scene. "Wanda, you actually tied me up." Crystal was angry, with evil in the corners of her eyes and anger hidden between her eyebrows, and her magic power was swelling, and she was about to break free. The magic whip is the simplest form of camouflage magic, and its difficulty is lower than that of the magic shield. Any apprentice of the secret magic can master it. It is usually the first magician they master, or even the last one. It is also the easiest to deal with. For the magician, as long as he uses magic power to interfere, the magic whip can disappear. However, why is it useless? Her face changed slightly, and she looked around. Many people were tied up, and were trying to break free. Hawkeye and Black Widow took out a tactical dagger from somewhere, and tried to cut, but it was completely useless. Captain America's body was shaking and struggling at an incredible angle, but he didn't even have a dagger, so no matter how powerful his fighting ability was, he couldn't do anything. Quicksilver kept running wildly, but he was still tied with ropes. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't run far. He could only circle around Wanda, and he didn't know who he was cursing. Even Iron Man Tony Stark was tied up, but he performed better. He was cutting with lasers and micro-arcs. It seemed that there was no hope of success. Kunlun's martial arts masters, the aliens from the afterlife, the super soldiers from the Schengen Bureau and S.H.I.E.L.D., all were tied up, and no one could break free. When did the magic whip become so powerful? Crystal was stunned for a moment, but it was due to the pride of being a princess and the pride of being the most perfect alien, and of course, mainly because of her stubbornness, so she would never show weakness in front of Wanda, let alone being tied up in such a shameful posture. Kuan Feng, listen to my orders. Crystal didn't need to make any hand gestures at all, and even the words she whispered were not a spell, but just a habit. A bad habit developed from watching movies, TV shows, novels and comics. As she spoke, Kuan Feng had responded to her call, turning into hundreds of wind blades the size of fingers, continuously cutting the magic whip. It took a full 10 seconds to finally cut it off. Crystal felt a little sad and unwilling. The other party could trap her for 10 seconds with a spell. If all of Wanda's magic whips tied her up, wouldn't she have no hope of breaking free in this life? Is this the power of chaos magic, the ultimate power of the universe, that transcends the element? The little girl was less than 20 years old, very young. Young people never admit defeat. Brother Wang said that from the perspective of magic, the 5 elements of earth, fire, water, wind, and soul constitute all matter in the physical universe, at least most of the matter, and the power of element is also the original power of the universe. I'm one of the most perfect aliens in history. Your Majesty, brother is so strong. Sister Sky is so strong. I can be as strong. I will work hard. I will practice well. I will definitely surpass Wanda. She encouraged herself secretly and began to cast a spell. Wanda, I came to Kamataj earlier than you, became a disciple, and came into contact with magic earlier than you. How can I not do what you can do? Okay, I'm a slow learner. I really don't know such a profound spell as the form of Archon. But I can do it, and you can't do it. Crystal raised her staff. The wind whistled, the water vapor condensed, the sky fire appeared, and the dust flew. The high altitude airflow was much stronger than that on the ground, and it became even stronger under the control of Crystal, and soon condensed into a storm giant more than 20 meters high. Next to the storm giant was a flame giant condensed from infinite fire element. The river water in the distance rushed up into the sky, turning into a water column like a dragon sucking water, and a water giant of the same size appeared. The earth broke apart in the dust, and a rock giant broke out of the ground. Elementals, move out. Wanda, I'm not better than you. Crystal looked up and saw that hundreds of Wandas had disappeared, leaving only one. She stood at the highest point and raised the disintegration staff in her hand. The already powerful mental power, under the amplification of the disintegration staff, covered the entire Stark building and the surrounding area, forming a spherical barrier with a radius of more than 300 meters. Is that a mental protection field? In the barrier, all the people controlled by Loki were in a trance for a while, and then woke up and realized what had just happened. Their faces were uglier than each other, or better. What did I do just now? Natasha, did I hit you? Does it hurt? Bucky, I'm sorry. Master Chen, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. Don't hit me. Oh, can you please not hit me? Spare my life. Master Chen, save me. It's okay, junior sister. I just like you to kick me. Come on, keep kicking. The position is wrong. A little lower. Brother, you dare to hit me? You never hit me before. I'm so happy. You just behaved like a real man. I'll marry you. Sister, we are relatives. The law does not allow it. Morality does not allow it. The 3 views are correct, and life is full of positive energy. Feeling the spiritual power that permeated through her body, Crystal pursed her lips and clenched her fists. With such a powerful force, can I really catch up? I don't have confidence. Continue your battle. Loki will be left to me. Wanda left the staff in place to maintain the spiritual protection field and then walked towards Loki step by step. Chapter 389, I End the War on Earth, Part 2. Loki's face looked very bad. Almost 5 minutes ago, he received a telepathic message from Superstar, telling him that he was captured and ordering him to save his life. Order? You, an ugly Kree woman, dare to order me, the king of Asgard and Jotunheim, the future king of the 9 realms? No way. The hole in the sky was blocked by the immortal Iron Fist, and not even a Chitauri could get through. He didn't dare to make trouble. This invasion was obviously a failure. He just wanted to take away the cosmic cube and break up the cooperation with Thanos. As a result, so many people gathered in Stark Tower, and they were all strong. There was no other way, so he had to use the power of the Mind Scepter to control some of them and let these people fall into civil war so that he could approach them in the chaos, use the Mind Scepter to destroy the energy layer and take away the cosmic cube. As a result, hundreds of Azeroth Iron soldiers appeared and blocked his way. he would definitely not be able to fight hard, so he could only continue to manipulate the civil war and let the remaining people deal with the Iron Soldiers. The plan was very good, but he didn't expect that the woman who captured the superstar alive would come so quickly. Long time no see, Wanda. We can actually live in peace, right? Loki stepped back step by step, keeping a gentleman's smile on his face. I created you, and let you get the power of the Mind Scepter. We are natural allies, aren't we? The king said that the same power should not be in the hands of more than one person. Wanda continued to approach. We are natural enemies. There was no way to communicate, and the psychic ability could not be used. Even the Mind Scepter could not work on Wanda, so he began to retreat. The Cosmic Cube could not be taken away for the time being, but the Mind Scepter must be taken away. Do you know why I'm saying these things to you? Loki smiled evilly. I'm stalling for time. As he spoke, he slowly disappeared. It was actually an illusion. Illusion? The king's words rang in Wanda's ears. Wanda, you have two powers. One is chaos magic, and the other is psychic ability. Chaos magic is the highest level of energy in the universe, even higher than the Infinity Stones. There are not many things in this world that have the ability to destroy the Infinity Stones, and chaos magic is one of them. Your potential is infinite. In the future, you will definitely be able to transcend this universe and even surpass Agamotto. The mind is a power that transcends time and space and can exist beyond time and space. Your psychic ability comes from the Mind Scepter, which is the Mind Stone. From the very beginning, you have reached the highest level of a single universe. The only thing you lack is experience and control. Although you do not have the ability to perfectly control these two powers for the time being, any lower level power cannot affect you. Illusion, charm, mental control, all of this has nothing to do with you. No one can control you. But you must learn to control yourself. As long as you don't blind your own mind, no one can blind your eyes, not even Loki, Supergiant, and the Mind Scepter. So, you are the best person to deal with Loki and Supergiant. The earth is handed over to you. A crimson smile floated on her face like clouds, and Wanda raised her hands. The same color of chaos power appeared 3 kilometers away, turning into a rope to tie up Loki. Then it was pulled back to her side. Illusions don't work on me, Loki. Wanda reached out and grabbed the Mind Scepter, which fell into her hand. The king said that I will end the war on Earth. She walked to the center of the top of Stark Tower, then walked into the energy layer and reached out to pick up the cosmic cube. The azurite column suddenly disappeared, and the portal slowly closed. Outer space on the moon. A starship floated alone in space, looking like a small boat in the vast universe. Lonely, and cold. It was very long, roughly cylindrical, similar to a long stick that was thick at both ends and thin in the middle. Because of someone's bad taste, the outer armor coating of the starship was made into 2 colors. The middle was Chinese red, representing jubilation, and the 2 sides were gold, representing dignity and supreme power. From a distance, it looked a bit like the legendary golden hoop of the Monkey King. This is one of hundreds of options. Maybe it's not the best one, but because Lao Wang likes it, it became the final choice. In Lao Wang's words, fighting is about momentum. Those starships that look like steel fortresses are just big. How can they have momentum? It's not like a stick spanning the universe that's cold or inspiring. The most important thing is, isn't this exactly in line with the Bureau of Divine Stupidity? For more than a year, hundreds of scientists and thousands of engineers from the Bureau of Divine Stupidity, as well as millions of repair robots, including ultra-small nanorobots, that the Kree starships already had, pieced together the broken accusation core flagship and frigate, and finally became what it is now. It combines all the resources of the 2 starships, so it is naturally stronger than any of the accusation core starships. Even among all the advanced civilizations in the vast universe and hundreds of millions of Star Motherships, it is considered one of the top performers. Command room. Dr. Banner looked at the starry sky outside and couldn't help but sigh. It's incredible. How long will it take to smash such a big starship? So are you Dr. Banner or Hulk now? Ghost Rider Robbie is a very silent person and doesn't have many friends. In addition to Daredevil, Black Sky, Punisher, Winter Soldier and others, he has a good relationship with the Hulk. Everyone likes to destroy, and they are all anti-hero types, and have common topics. He and I use the same body, so there will always be some influence. It's inevitable. Dr. Banner was also helpless. He always felt that he liked eating candy more and more now, and he also liked small animals and children. Director Wang actually built a kindergarten and the Azeroth laboratory. I heard that he would soon build elementary schools, middle schools, universities, and research institutes, providing one-stop services. He is still a guest teacher in the kindergarten. He often goes there to play with the children. Not to mention that the effect is good. Hulk is very happy, except for the specified time. He doesn't make a fuss at other times. That's fine. Who knew that Director Wang actually built a zoo? Now he spends nearly half of his time in the kindergarten and the zoo. His mental age is getting younger and younger, and he is not as passionate about scientific research as before. He always feels that, if he continues like this, he will return to his childhood. Be good. Dr. Banner hugged the white little rabbit and coaxed it softly. Woof woof. The big dog Tetanus lay beside him, thinking that this is not bad. I, a grown man, didn't say anything when I turned into a dog. You just turned back to youth. What are you afraid of? Hey, Wukong, how is the situation on the earth? A muscular middle-aged man asked while eating snacks. Melon seeds, French fries, hamburgers, chicken steaks, all kinds of junk food piled up into a small mountain. He sat cross-legged on the small mountain, eating and throwing away the packaging. Not only did he open, eat and throw quickly, his movements were not clear, and he didn't even spit out the chicken bones. He chewed them up and swallowed them directly. The strange thing is that in less than 20 minutes, he had eaten at least half a ton of snacks, and the garbage behind him was 3 meters high, but his stomach was not bulging, which was no different from before. A cheerful, lively, yet unruly voice suddenly sounded. According to the highest order issued by Director Wang, Wukong is the exclusive title of S-level authority, and everyone else please call me Great Sage. Immortal Dragon Xiaolao, you only have B-level authority. Please change your title. Xiaolao was stunned and couldn't help but complain. You are treating people differently? And what about B-level authority? I heard that they are all A-level. An energy projection suddenly appeared in the middle of the command room. The Monkey King's son Wukong. He said, the director of the Shengen Bureau has S-level authority, the deputy director and the commander-in-chief of the 5 major bases, the heads of various departments, and the highest level independent agents have A-level authority, and the highest level of others is B-level. Miss Sky is the commander-in-chief of the Afterlife base. Dr. Banner is the deputy director of the Azeroth laboratory, and Ghost Rider is the highest level independent agent. He only accepts orders from Director Wang, and has A-level authority. Black Bolt is the leader of the Alliance, and also the highest level independent agent specially hired by Director Wang, with A-level authority. Okay, after I finish these snacks, I will go to ask Wang Ziozi for authority. He is not interested in the highest level independent agent. But since others have it, he can't be without it, right? Great Sage. Sky said. Answer Xiaolao's question. Less than half an hour ago, they were teleported here by Lao Wang, and have been waiting for the opportunity. When will the opportunity come? The independent agent codenamed Scarlet Witch captured Supergiant and Loki, seized the Mind Scepter, and closed the portal. Director Wang's positioning signal has been transmitted. Because the distance is too far, let the signal fly for a while. It has arrived. Wukong said, unknown signal received. Confirmed to be from Director Wang. Analysis begins now. Analysis completed. Positioning begins. Positioning successful. According to the highest order issued by Director Wang, set off immediately. It is expected to take 10 minutes to reach the battlefield. Please prepare in all aspects. Everyone was shocked. The space war is about to begin. Shengen turned on the engine, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the depths of space. A trace of worry appeared on Sky's face. Facing the huge Chatoriami alone. Wang, can you hold on for 10 minutes? Little girl, you are worried. I can see that you don't understand Wang kid. Xiaolao continued to eat snacks nonchalantly, his mouth full, and said vaguely, don't worry. The blue man who can defeat me, Xiaolao, can't deal with the Universe C suit. Sky nodded, still a little worried. Only 5 minutes later, the Shengen arrived at the jump point. It did not slow down and went straight through. At this moment, everyone felt a violent vibration, dizziness, and vertigo. It seemed like a moment and several minutes had passed, and the Shengen finally stopped and arrived at another starry sky. Chapter 390. I started the space war. Part 3. Let's go back to 10 minutes ago. Lao Wang passed through the portal and came to another starry sky. This is a starry sky that is completely different from the Earth. It is dark and cold, just like the universe we know. There is no breath of life at all. This is the essence of the universe. Lao Wang turned his head and looked back at his own world. That is the Earth. It is bright and warm there. There is the breath of life everywhere. It is full of the taste of life. That is the world he wants to protect. The universe is essentially dark and cold, but in this darkness and coldness, there are one physical world after another, one planet after another, one civilization after another. The wisdom of human beings and other high life forms illuminates the dark universe. This is a void creation, and this is what he wants to protect. Everything is different from what he remembers. If he remembers correctly, there should be only one Chitauri spaceship that invaded the Earth. But now there are densely packed, at least hundreds of them. And the size of these spaceships is also very large, basically about a kilometer, even larger than the starships of the Kree accusation group. A larger body size does not mean a higher level of civilization, but it at least means more resources and stronger carrying capacity. The civilization of the Chitauri is quite special. They do not focus too much on the development of weapons, but rather on the research of life itself. That is, biochemical technology. Each spaceship can carry at least tens of thousands of Chitauri biochemical warriors and tens of thousands of Chitauri individual combat aircraft. These hundreds of spaceships are millions of Chitauri, and there are also hundreds of meters long biochemical monsters floating around the spaceships. They look like whales living on land, with heavy metal armor on the surface, and even some modifications have been made to their bodies. They are actually not creatures in the conventional sense. They should not even exist, but were created by the Chitauri using biochemical technology, just like those biochemical warriors. Leviathan. Lao Wang's voice was cold, with a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew these monsters, and in his memory, they were also in the main control computer of the Kree. The Chitauri are famous space pirates. Even in the entire universe, they are just like rats crossing the street. Even the Kree database has records about them, and they are regarded as the most unforgivable force, just like Thanos. Fighting the Chitauri internally and externally is a daily routine of the three major civilizations in the universe. The Supreme Wisdom has long issued a universe wanted list for the Chitauri. Anyone who captures any Chitauri or eliminates them, as long as there is solid evidence, as long as the body or other things are brought to the Kree Empire, can get a reward, and the amount is not cheap. Of course, Lao Wang will definitely not get it. If nothing unexpected happens, he is now also a wanted person of the Kree Empire, and the bounty is very high, at least higher than a Leviathan. Hundreds of spaceships, thousands of Leviathans, millions of individual combat aircraft, and the number of Chitauri biochemical warriors is likely to be even greater. The scale of this invasion is far greater than the last time Loki brought an army of frost giants. There are a lot of Chitauri, but no matter how many there are, millions is not a small number. For a mere Earth, Thanos mobilized so many troops. Thanos' desire for the cosmic cube exceeded everyone's imagination except Lao Wang. It is of course very difficult to fight against the space pirates that even the three major cosmic civilizations have not been able to wipe out on his own. The only thing Lao Wang can do is to guard the portal and prevent the Chitauri from passing through. The portal that is constantly getting bigger and bigger. From the beginning, it can only allow single soldier combat aircraft to pass through, and now it can almost allow Leviathan to squeeze in. It has expanded dozens of times, and is still expanding. If it continues like this, perhaps in an hour or more, even those Chitauri spacecrafts can pass through. If that time really comes, Lao Wang will not be able to resist, and the Earth will face a catastrophe. Fortunately, it is still early. One by one, the Kree drove the aircraft to come, and the energy weapon in the front was activated, and the Azure energy beam hit Lao Wang's body. Lao Wang did not dodge, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whether on Earth or in the universe, pirates will always be just pirates, and it is impossible for them to stand at the pinnacle of civilization and technology. The biochemical technology of the Chitauri is passable, probably only 1 or 2 levels lower than that of the Kree, but it is completely useless in other aspects. This kind of individual flying machine only looks okay, but in actual use, it is far worse than that of Xanta. This level of energy beam is roughly the same as the laser weapon of the Iron Soldier. It is no problem to deal with super soldiers like Captain America and Winter Soldier, but it is not enough to deal with himself, who is several levels stronger. Of course, quantitative change will inevitably lead to qualitative change. With more and more flying machines, if the fire is concentrated, Lao Wang will definitely not be able to bear it. Passive defense is not enough, and active offense is the kingly way. Attack is the best defense. Earth, fire, water, wind. There is no need to test slowly. In this case, the kingly way is to reveal the trump card directly. Lao Wang used the signature skill of the Pandaran monk as soon as he made a move. The spirit of the earth, the spirit of fire, the spirit of the storm, and the spirit of the water. 4 different elemental powers gushed out of his body, forming 4 elemental clones that looked exactly like him. Unlike the elementals summoned by Crystal, the elemental spirits summoned by Lao Wang are dozens of times smaller in size, but more condensed. To put it in easier to understand terms, the elemental unit density of the elemental spirits is much greater than that of the elementals, even dozens or hundreds of times greater. There is another difference. Crystal's soul is not strong enough, and his spirit is not strong enough. The elementals he summons can only perform simple actions and execute simple commands according to his ideas. For example, attack or defend, attack from a certain direction, attack a certain enemy. The elemental clones are different. These elemental spirits contain Lao Wang's spiritual will and part of his soul, which is equivalent to another Lao Wang. They can do everything that Lao Wang can do, and they are even intelligent and can think, so the power they show is also completely different from that of the elementals. The prerequisite for offense is the best defense is to make the things you defend in an absolutely safe state. A large amount of elemental power condensed and then manipulated by the spirit of the earth, turning into one hard and thick earth wall after another. These earth walls are extremely dense, mixed with elemental power, and their defensive capabilities are far greater than ordinary rocks. This is only the first layer of protection. Those Chitauri who were closer, as well as their individual combat aircraft, were shot down by Lao Wang one after another, and then pulled over by the Crimson Demon Belt. Melting under the extremely high temperature of the fire spirit, the pure metal liquid seeped into the earth wall, merged with the earth wall, and quickly cooled under the low temperature of the universe. The earth wall, with a radius of more than 100 meters and a thickness of more than 10 meters, blocked the portal behind it. Lasers shot past Lao Wang and hit the wall, leaving dents one after another, but there was no way to penetrate it. The fire spirit and the power of the earth hiding behind were still constantly using the power of element to repair the wall. There is no doubt that, unless hundreds or thousands of aircraft focused their fire at the same time, or the main gun of the Chitauri spacecraft attacked, this wall would never break. Not to mention there is a third layer of defense. The water spirit summoned elemental water, which also quickly condensed under the low temperature of the universe, and turned into ice as cold as a comet. Ice is a very strange thing. The lower the temperature, the harder it is. The low temperature close to absolute zero makes the ice cold to a certain extent, and the dust mixed in it can also resist lasers and even missiles. The 3 elemental spirits have done enough defense, and Lao Wang and the storm spirit have to do another thing: attack. It is impossible to destroy such a magnificent Chitauri army by their own strength. But Lao Wang has never fought alone. Behind him stands the entire earth. Teleport. Lao Wang disappeared silently and came to the nearest Chitauri spaceship. He took out a nuclear bomb from his arms. Chapter 391. The spaceship was destroyed in the midst of laughter and conversation. Part 1. In the endless darkness, above a desolate planet, surrounded by hundreds of spaceships, is the flagship of the Chitauri command room. The leader of the Chitauri, the other, stared at the screen in front of him and said respectfully, "Thanos, Thanos, Thanos." Although he is not the strongest in the universe, nor the leader of the most powerful force, his popularity is not inferior to the leaders of the three major empires. If there is a popularity ranking list in the universe, Thanos can at least be ranked in the top 10. Because he is cold-blooded and ruthless. He destroyed his home planet with his own hands and killed countless billions of people. He is more like a space pirate than a space pirate, and his experience itself is a legend. Although he has not risen for a long time, he can rank at the forefront of the vast universe in terms of strength, power, IQ, scientific research ability and knowledge level, and he is ruthless enough and has no weaknesses. Everyone has concerns and ties. He doesn't. A person who can kill even his own parents, destroy his tribe, and sacrifice his lover. What can restrain him, and what methods can be used to defeat him? No one knows what Thanos' purpose is in doing all this. Who in the entire universe is not afraid of such a person? As the leader of the space pirates, even if the highest wisdom of the Kree Empire comes to him, the other has nothing to be afraid of. But in front of Thanos, he is trembling from body to soul. The man in front of him not only has big hands that can easily crush his skull, but also has a pair of eyes that can see through the mysteries of the universe and the changes in people's hearts. In front of him, I have no secrets at all. What's the situation? A huge figure appeared on the screen, and the majesty of the purple potato spirit emanated from the screen. Some people will subconsciously fear you just by looking at him. Thanos is different. When you look at him, you are even so scared that you forget to be afraid. The leader swallowed and said with difficulty, "Someone blocked the portal and we are attacking." "Great Thanos, please rest assured, we will soon break through the Earthlings' defense, get the cosmic cube, and bring it back to you. The situation doesn't seem as good as you said. I have lost contact with the supergiant." Thanos' voice rang out, "Tell me what happened." I don't know. If there was no such thing as sweat after the body transformation, the leader estimated that he would have been soaked long ago and could only answer truthfully. The portal was just opened, and the immortal Iron Fist destroyed all the biochemical soldiers entering the portal, and then blocked the portal. It has been 3 minutes now. If I heard correctly, your fleet was blocked by an Earthling for 3 minutes. Thanos' face on the screen became bigger and bigger, as if he was getting closer to see the Chitauri clearly. "And in these 3 minutes, you did nothing?" "No, I did. We have been attacking." The leader was trembling all over, but he is very strong. Very strong. Among all the people I have seen, his strength is second only to the Great You. But don't worry, the main gun of our nearest spaceship has locked onto him. It only takes one attack to completely destroy him. "I'm watching," Thanos said. The leader turned around and shouted, "Fire! Fire immediately!" "Yes, leader." An adjutant hurriedly gave orders. The leader then turned to look at Thanos and said with a smile, "Great Thanos, you will witness your servants destroying a planet for you and killing 7 billion lives. No, according to your usual request, we will only kill half. That is, 3.5 billion lives. This is the best gift for you. Let the hot blood bloom on the earth." Before he finished speaking, he heard the adjutant's hurried voice, "Chief, it exploded. It exploded." "What exploded?" The leader's heart skipped a beat and realized that something was wrong. The adjutant swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "The spaceship closest to the portal exploded." Instantly teleported to 10 kilometers away, looking at the space fire waves generated by the explosion of the spaceship, he was still taken care of from such a distance. If he hadn't used the golden bell cover in time to protect himself, I'm afraid that not only would his hair be messy, but even his clothes and hair would be burned to ashes. In the vast space, he staged a naked run without an audience. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. Of course, nothing happened. The high energy fuel carried by a spaceship that can travel across galaxies is naturally beyond imagination. Once the nuclear fusion reactor is detonated, the radius of the explosion exceeds 1,000 kilometers. Lao Wang is equivalent to being in a sea of fire, just avoiding the center. The ultra-high temperature around him far exceeds the limit of the desperate warriors, and even far exceeds the surface of the sun. He did this on purpose. The experience of a spaceship explosion is not something you can encounter every time. The total cost of a Chitauri spaceship of more than 1,000 meters is far more than the combined cost of all space stations, spaceships, space shuttles, and aircraft carriers on Earth. It can even be said that, even if the technology meets the standards, even if all the efforts of the world are exhausted, it cannot be made, and the materials needed are not enough. It is really not worth using such a spaceship to set off fireworks. There will not be too many such experiences. Lao Wang really hopes to accumulate experience once, so that he can know how powerful it is, and how far to hide next time he encounters such a situation. Facts have proved that even as powerful as he is, he must go all out to resist, and the spaceship itself at the center of the explosion has become a sky full of space garbage after the fire wave, which is so messy that it can kill an ant. Any Chitauri in it cannot survive. Absolutely impossible. The distance between the spaceships is not too close, but not particularly far. The 1 kilometer long spaceships are less than 100 kilometers away from each other, so many spaceships were taken care of for a while, but the spaceship's own intelligent control system allowed them to turn on the energy shield and invisible force field at the first time. Despite this, more than 10 spaceships were destroyed. Although not completely destroyed, they were also severely damaged. The explosion was not just once, but twice. Another explosion occurred in another place 200 kilometers away. The detonation of the two spaceships not only destroyed more than 20 spaceships and eliminated at least 200,000 Chitauri biochemical soldiers, but also eliminated all the biochemical behemoths Leviathan between them. Lao Wang also paid a heavy price for this. Storm Spirit disappeared. He and Storm Spirit were separated into 2 places, each carrying 10 nuclear bombs, and came to the 2 spaceships respectively, and then detonated them. These were all actively contributed by the US government with good intentions. Lao Wang took 1,000 at a time, which was also considered an outstanding contribution to the safety of the Earth and greatly reduced the number of nuclear bombs. As for how to carry it, the internal space of the Heart of Azeroth is very large, and it is certainly not a problem to put down a mere 1,000 nuclear bombs, and many of them have been reduced by Dr. Pyme's Pyme particles to the size of mung beans. Lao Wang usually puts them in a sunglasses box, and just now he took out 10 of them and gave them to Storm Spirit. Facts have proved that even in the universe, nuclear bombs are extremely powerful deterrent weapons. Without the energy shield and invisible force field, even the Chitauri spacecraft cannot withstand it. What a pity, there is no chance. Lao Wang sighed. Other spaceships have turned on energy shields and invisible force fields to interfere with the transmission. It is impossible to teleport directly in. Moreover, this is space, and there are no element at all. He just condensed all the wind element in his body into the Storm Spirit. With the destruction of the Storm Spirit, it is impossible to condense it again in a short time. Calculate the time, it should be about time, right? Lao Wang looked back and released his spirit. The explosion lasted for a while, and the Chitauri fleet closest to the portal was completely destroyed. Other spaceships were blocked by the flames and shockwaves generated by the explosion. In addition, they didn't know where the enemy was and why the spaceship exploded, so they didn't dare to attack for a while. And now, the portal is closed. Lao Wang smiled slightly and touched his chin. Wanda did a good job. He was still very satisfied with Wanda. As early as when he realized that this was the Marvel world, he, like many protagonists of time travel novels, paid special attention to female characters. Not to mention that he is Lao Wang, and everyone knows Lao Wang. If you have to rank them, Wanda is at the forefront of all women in terms of strength level, future potential, appearance, and popularity. There are really few who can compare with her. And her figure is also the type that Lao Wang likes, which meets the standards of the panda people. So of course we have to train her well, and have high hopes for her. Ancient One is indeed the best teacher, and is very attentive to Wanda's training. Although he has been in seclusion for some time, and has not paid much attention to everything in the outside world, he will still go to Kamataj every few days, to inspect Wanda and Crystal's learning progress. An orphan who has no parents, and lives a hard life with his brother, is indeed different from a little princess in a foreign land. Wanda studies very hard, and she is smart. The transformation of the Mind Scepter makes her mentally strong. She learns very fast and almost breaks the record of Kamataj. Although she still has a long way to go in terms of knowledge. She has already reached the level of Master of Arcane Magic in terms of her mastery of magic. There are few people in the entire Kamitage who are stronger than her. As for Crystal, she is pretty good at manipulating the element, but she is still at the simplest level of magic whips for the spells taught by the Ancient One. She can't even make a magic shield, which is comparable to a certain doctor with kidney deficiency. The contrast is obvious. That's why Lao Wang gave such an important task to Wanda. She really did it. I have to praise her well later. Lao Wang pinched his chin, thinking about how to praise the broad-minded girl, and looking into the distance. It's been so long. Sky should be here by now, right? The decisive battle is about to begin. Chapter 392, Cosmic Spirit Sphere, Part 2. Desolate Planet, Chitauri Flagship. After hearing the report from the adjutant and watching the explosion on the screen, the leader was in a bad mood and trembling with anger. It was not easy to raise such a team, and now they have lost so many. Even if his heart has long been made of iron and stone, it still hurts. It hurts. More importantly, he just promised that he would be able to handle it, but something went wrong, and Thanos was still watching. He was slapped in the face so quickly, which not only hurts his heart, but also hurts his face, and even his life will be in danger if he is not careful. Who is Thanos? One of the most powerful men in the universe. He is not afraid of anyone, except the three major empires. Not long ago, he formed an alliance with Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire, and asked Ronan to help find the Cosmic Spirit Ball. In return, he will help Ronan destroy Xander. Listen, Xander. They want to destroy it, and they don't take it seriously. Although Xander is not as good as the three major empires in the universe, it is not much worse. It is also one of the advanced civilizations in the universe, and it also has the famous Nova Corps. Although they are all legions, and although the number of ships and soldiers of the Chitauri Legion far exceeds that of the Nova Corps, their comprehensive strength is completely not at the same level. To be able to get to his current position in the universe, he knows very well who can be provoked and who cannot be provoked. The three major empires must not be provoked. If you can avoid provoking second-tier civilizations such as Xander and Soviet, don't provoke them. Otherwise, if you really provoke them, the Universe Wanted list, which was originally just a token, will become a large-scale universe hunt. Since ancient times, the people have not fought against the officials. In the eyes of the advanced civilizations in the universe, the Chitauri Legion is a group of refugees. It's okay for a group of bandits to find a mountain to stay in, but if they really attack the government, wouldn't that be courting death? All along, the Chitauri Legion has been bullying lower level civilizations, most of which are similar to the Earth, or a few levels stronger than the Earth, at most at the galaxy level. What about Thanos? Thanos alone is equivalent to a high-level civilization in the universe. Simply put, the combined power of him and his men is qualified to rival Xander and even the Kree Empire. The Chitauri Corps certainly cannot afford to offend them, otherwise they would not have been recruited as running dogs. Thinking of this, he quickly lowered his head, almost to the dust, and begged for mercy like a pug. Great Thanos, I will immediately order an all-out attack. I will go there in person. If I can't get the Cosmic Cube, I will die there and never come back. No need. Thanos said coldly, the portal has been closed. Get your people back immediately. The leader was stunned. The portal is closed? I don't even know. How do you know? At this time, the adjutant continued to report. Leader, the portal is closed, and the immortal Iron Fist can't be found. The screen switched instantly. Where the portal used to be, there is only the wall left, and several immortal Iron Fists are gone. And in the vast universe, want to find a person? It's simply 100 million times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Yes, I will obey your orders. He lowered his head quickly, turned around and gave the order, secretly relieved. Fortunately, Thanos did not force him to cross a distance of countless light years to attack. Otherwise, perhaps he, the leader, would become a commander without troops. Deep in the universe, on a broken planet. From the son of the leader of Titan to the most famous butcher in the entire universe, Thanos has had many territories along the way, and this is one of them. His earliest and most important territory is undoubtedly Titan, and it is also his sad place. Whenever he is tired and exhausted, he will go back to see his mother's grave. At other times, he has almost forgotten it. After all, it has long been a barren planet. There is not even a life left on the entire planet. All of them were slaughtered by him. It is just one of the few safe havens in his mental journey, a place of comfort and shelter for his soul. Every time he sees the tragic situation of Titan, he becomes more determined in his confidence and his purpose. For this purpose, he can sacrifice anything, including himself. This is a temple, one of his most important territories. At this moment, a half-mechanically transformed woman knelt on one knee in front of him. She was Nebula, one of Thanos' 2 daughters. Not long ago, she went to the Kree Empire to establish an alliance with Ronan the Accuser on behalf of Thanos, and entrusted Ronan with the First Order. Now she is back and continues to obey Thanos' orders. "Father, the Chitauri have disappointed you," Nebula said in a deep voice. "You should send me. I will definitely bring the cosmic cube back to you. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. I can do it alone. I can definitely do it. I underestimated the Earthlings," Thanos said lightly. "As for you, don't go to Earth. That's suicide." Nebula was slightly stunned. He didn't know why his father said that. What's there to be afraid of going to a remote planet that no one knows about? Is it more terrible than Zinder and Sovia? Is there a legion of advanced civilizations guarding there? This is impossible. So what's there on Earth? Even a powerful existence like you is afraid of it? Thanos didn't explain. He didn't need to explain to anyone, including his daughter. Some things just need to be known by yourself. He knows better than anyone what a terrible place the Earth is. He has mastered a lot of ancient knowledge, including those unknown cosmic knowledge and cosmic gods. A true god must have cosmic level power, surpassing the Infinity Stones. But below the cosmic gods, there are also those gods of civilization and planets. Most of them are far less powerful than him, but there are also some who are equal to him, or even superior to him. At the cosmic level, all gods below the cosmic gods are only demigods, including himself. And the ancient civilized planet Earth, in fact, is not only a few thousand years of civilization. Before human civilization, there were more than one civilization, and many terrible existences were born. It is a planet with a unique status in the entire universe. People like him, who have mastered ancient knowledge, truly understand how great the significance of the existence of the Earth is. The birth of so many superlives, and so many gods on Earth, is definitely not an accident, because it hides secrets that can shock the gods. He will never go to such a planet, unless it is necessary. Because in addition to the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One and the Father of the Gods Odin who has been watching the Earth also hides many terrible powers, and is coveted by many powerful beings. These beings are not only in the single universe, but also many are strong outside the single universe, and in the multiverse. Many beings are much more powerful than him. That's why he sent the Chitauri to attack, and sent Loki to go instead of going himself. Even though he just sensed that the connection with the Super Giant was cut off, and knew that, since the portal was closed, Loki and the Mind Scepter must be in the hands of the Earthlings. Even if the loss was so heavy, he would never go to Earth to seek justice for himself. If he must go, he must wait until Ancient One and Odin are dead. Now the Cosmic Cube and the Mind are on Earth. It is not so easy to get them back, and it must be planned slowly. Then it's time to continue to pursue other Infinity Stones. Nebula, my daughter. Thanos' voice sounded. Where is Gamora? Where is she? Hearing the name mentioned by Thanos, Nebula's face was not very good. He will not hide his thoughts in front of Thanos. At least he will not hide those obvious thoughts, such as his jealousy and even hatred for Gamora, which are what Thanos wants to see. He and Gamora are both adopted daughters of Thanos, but the title of adopted daughter does not mean that they are happier than other subordinates, but more miserable. In Thanos' eyes, they are just playthings, tools for killing and achieving goals. He and his sister Gamora have been receiving cruel training from Thanos since they were young. Since they can remember, they have been assigned one task after another: to kill, to rob, to steal, to command, or other. There has never been an easy task, and every time you have to do your best to survive. He and Gamora have always been in a competitive relationship. Every task will be compared. The winner will get a reward, and the loser will have a part of his body replaced by a machine by Thanos. From childhood to adulthood, she has lost countless tasks and competitions. Up to now, most of her organs have been replaced by machines. She is a real cyborg. There is not much flesh and blood left on her body. Only a small part of her face is still flesh and blood, telling others that she is not a pure robot. She was once a person. She also had a father and a mother. Countless failures did not make her completely despair. There is still a chance. And now, the opportunity has come. According to Thanos, she still wants to carry out the mission with Gamora this time, but she doesn't know what kind of mission it is. Just thinking about it, another slender figure came over and knelt on one knee in front of Thanos. "Father, you are looking for me?" "Gamora, my best daughter." Thanos said. "Ronan has found clues about the cosmic spirit orb. You and Nebula will go to him and search for the cosmic spirit orb with him, and you must also monitor him. Bring the cosmic spirit orb back. If Ronan stops you, you know what to do." "Yes, I know, Father," Gamora replied. The throne of unknown material rotated, with its back to the two. Thanos said nothing, but his meaning was already very clear. Nebula and Gamora both saw the coldness in each other's eyes. "I will definitely win this time," Nebula thought. On the throne, crossing countless light years of starry sky, Thanos' eyes were fixed on the Earth. Sooner or later, he would go to the Earth in person and take away the 2 Infinity Stones left there. Although not now. That day will definitely not be too far away. Immortal Iron Fist, I will remember you. Chapter 393 Return My Spaceship. Third update. In the boundless dark starry sky, Lao Wang's face changed slightly. The Chitauri are going to escape. He looked around and saw that the Chitauri spaceships were turning and seemed to be flying towards a jump point in the distance. This is boring. If you lose, you have to keep fighting. You still have so many spaceships. Didn't you lose more than 20? There are still 70 or 80 left. Are you so cowardly? I'm not cowardly either. Lao Wang sighed. The Chitauri were too weak and boring. Since 2008, or even when he just crossed into this world and realized that this was the Marvel world, he had been planning for this day. He didn't know how much preparation he had made. How could he really watch the Chitauri leave? The cooked duck just flew away like this? Although there were many wreckages left at the original site, there were even several Chitauri spaceships that were destroyed, but still had many parts intact. Although if all these spaceships and wreckages were collected, it would be a big gain, far greater than the cost. It only took a period of repair and patchwork to at least get 7 or 8 ships, which were extremely valuable. But since there is still more loot to be gained, how could Lao Wang give up? Moreover, the more the Chitauri are weakened, the weaker Thanos will be. Although it is not possible to cut off one of their arms, it is still possible to cut off a little finger, which will be more helpful in future wars. How long will it take for Schengen to arrive? Lao Wang asked. The distance is too far, and we cannot get in touch with Schengen for the time being. It is estimated that it will take up to 5 minutes. A voice answered. It was the hair clone or a program left in Lao Wang's communicator by the quantum computer Wukong. 5 minutes? It's not long, but it's enough for the Chitauri to escape. Lao Wang was helpless. If they wanted to run, he couldn't stop them. It seemed that the only thing he could do was to follow them. As long as the coordinates of the other party could be determined, they could attack at any time. But there was another question. What if the place they were going to was exactly Thanos' base camp? Maybe there was not only Thanos, but also his 5 black generals. No, 4 black generals? If that was the case, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a wolf pack, and the wolf would be like a tiger's mouth? Lao Wang is not afraid, but he does not want to fight a battle that he is not sure of. The current winning rate is not 100%. Well, it is not even 1%, so why should he personally return the money? Master Shangzi said that martial monks should not stand under a wall. Lao Chen said that, if you can't win, don't fight. The many online novels that Lao Wang read back then told Lao Wang that, if you don't come back, then don't go. Although Lao Wang always thinks that martial monks are brave and good at fighting, he is a listener who is good at listening to other people's opinions. When everyone opposes and persuades, Lao Wang thinks that he should give them face. Then don't go. In this case, the best way is to keep them, or keep as many of them as possible. Alas, I can only bleed a lot. Lao Wang sighed and teleported again. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of kilometers away. In the vast universe, he was like a wisp of dust with a restrained breath. He was not conspicuous at all in the wreckage in the sky, and naturally he would not be noticed by the Chitauri. On the other side, the Chitauri spacecraft was flying towards the jump point. Lao Wang certainly didn't know where the jump point was, but the actions of the Chitauri told him. The huge Chitauri fleet stretched for hundreds of kilometers. There must be a time difference between the front and the back. What Lao Wang had to do was to create the time difference. When the first Chitauri ship passed through the jump point, Lao Wang's mental power instantly locked the location of the jump point, then teleported there, took out a large number of nuclear bombs from his arms, and scattered them casually. All the nuclear bombs were arranged around the jump point at a fixed distance under the control of the true key, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. Lao Wang took out almost all the nuclear bombs donated by the United States, leaving only a few as a souvenir. Any nuclear bomb was tens or hundreds of times more powerful than the little boy back then. So many nuclear bombs put together were at least equivalent to 100,000 little boys. The fragile Earth civilization has not yet walked out of the surface, not even level 1, but has created explosives that can easily wipe itself out, and now Lao Wang is making full use of them to deal with the enemy. The nuclear bombs, that look only the size of mung beans, are too inconspicuous in the universe, and did not attract the attention of the Chitauri at all. After only a few seconds, Lao Wang took out a remote control, and pressed a button. Then I saw those mung bean sized nuclear bombs, one by one, all restored to their original state. A friend comes from afar, shouldn't he be killed? Lao Wang laughed loudly, teleported 100 miles away, and pressed the button again. Kill. The nuclear bombs modified by Dr. Banner exploded one after another, setting off a grand fireworks display in the interstellar space that is countless light years away from the Earth. Boom. Boom. All the nuclear bombs detonated almost at the same time, and at this time, there were more than 30 Chitauri spaceships gathered around the jump point. There were hundreds of biochemical monsters next to them. The distance between them was not too large, but not too small. When escaping, they would not pay too much attention to the distance between each other. Some of them were in a rush. Anyway, they all had energy shields and invisible force fields, so they were not afraid of close-range nuclear bomb explosions, so they were not worried. But Lao Wang's target was not them. Those biochemical monsters Leviathan had no energy shields and invisible force fields to protect them. They were destroyed by the nuclear bomb explosion at the first time, and turned into residues. Then the energy source in their bodies was detonated, causing a secondary explosion. The spherical area with a radius of 1,000 kilometers has become a space purgatory. The boundless sea of fire not only blocks the vision of the Chitauri, but also generates shock waves and particle flows that interfere with communications. Until now, they don't know what happened. Why did it suddenly explode? This is nothing. What's more terrifying is that the violent explosion interfered with a jump point. This kind of jump point, similar to a wormhole, has very good stability, but no matter how good it is, it can't withstand thousands of nuclear bombs exploding at the same time, and problems arise due to interference. The first dozen or so spaceships flashed by and crossed the jump point. Interstellar jumping is a very delicate technology. Any slight interference will cause huge errors or even devastating disasters. Those spaceships will definitely not reach their intended destinations. As for whether they were accidentally teleported to an unknown area or torn into pieces during the space change, Lao Wang didn't know. He could only lower his right hand, clench his left fist against his chest, then bend down 10 degrees, and remain silent for 3 seconds, to mourn for the unfortunate Chitauri who died. Of the thousands of roads, safety comes first. If you don't jump properly, your loved ones will shed tears. Reciting the eulogy softly, Lao Wang sighed, and felt very distressed. What a pity. My spaceship is gone just like that. Thanos, the other. Give me back my spaceship. Chapter 394. You are surrounded. First update. Pime particles are indeed amazing things, and Dr. Pime, who invented Pime particles, has always been considered smarter than Iron Man, and one of the most intelligent scientists on the Earth. An obvious proof is that even the three major empires in the universe have not made similar scientific discoveries. There is no other thing that can magnify matter, or as small as the subatomic state, and travel through time. Although all advanced civilizations in the entire universe are studying quantum mechanics, and have long developed to a level that is beyond the reach of Earthlings, the Earth has pi particles, which can overtake on the curve, and surpass the entire universe in such a special field. It is a pity that Dr. Pym has always regarded pi particles as life, and is very wary of everyone. Only he knows how to capture this kind of particle. If you want to get it, you must ask him for it. And for some reasons, or some concerns, he has been controlling the production of pi particles, and cannot apply them on a large scale. That is, Lao Wang helped him rescue his wife, so he could get his full help. The nuclear bombs contributed by the United States have been used up, and Lao Wang can only rely on himself next. The damage caused by the nuclear bomb explosion to the Chitor biochemical giant Leviathan is only the least important part, and the most important thing is the interference with the jump point. After the first dozen ships flew into the jump point was directly closed due to interference. All the remaining ships had no way to cross. The universe is too big. The appearance of any jump point must take into account many factors, so the distribution of jump points in the universe is not dense. This jump point cannot be used, and the nearest jump point is unknown how many light years, or even dozens or hundreds of light years away. If it is just flying, it is unknown how long it will take. In other words, the remaining dozens of Chitauri ships and hundreds of biochemical giants Leviathan will never leave this starfield in a short time. This is Lao Wang's real purpose. Wukong, how long will it take for the Schengen to arrive? Lao Wang asked. It has arrived, Wukong replied. As soon as the voice fell, a long stick across the space appeared in Lao Wang's field of vision. At this moment, on the desolate planet, the flagship of the Chitauri Legion, the leader has disconnected the communication with Thanos, and ordered all the spacecraft to retreat at full speed and fly towards the jump point. He is in a bad mood. What kind of person is Thanos? He has many forces under his command. Each of his sons of Thanos, the 5 black generals, represents a force, and has many troops under his command, such as the famous Vanguard. The power of the Dark Order cannot be underestimated by anyone. Even if it is a force that counts in the entire universe, even the 3 major empires in the universe cannot eliminate it. The so-called bounty order is actually just a joke. Not only have the 3 major empires never encircled and suppressed Thanos, but even other civilizations have never interfered with any of Thanos' actions, unless Thanos comes to the door. As a cannon fodder army under Thanos, the Chitauri army has never been taken seriously, and belongs to a peripheral force. Although he is the leader, his status is much lower than that of Thanos' 2 daughters Nebula and Gamora, as well as the 5 black generals. Unfortunately, after this failure, his status will decline. Maybe one day he will be easily destroyed, because Thanos doesn't like it. Now the only thing he wanted to do was to leave this sad place as soon as possible, and then find other resource planets to plunder, to produce more biochemical soldiers and biochemical monsters, to build more other spaceships, to supplement his strength, and strive to be a relatively powerful and unforgiving licker under Thanos' banner. The expedition fleet has arrived at the jump point, and the front spaceship has begun to pass the jump point. It's safe. Hearing the words of the adjutant, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. He was very happy that he could finally save some strength. However, the smile on his face had just appeared for less than 10 seconds, and he heard the adjutant exclaim. There was a tremor in his voice, with ups and downs and a sense of rhythm. What happened? Why are you panicking? You have to stay calm, even if it's a big deal. He was a little unhappy and asked hurriedly. As a cultured leader, he has always set extremely high standards for himself and others, hoping to get rid of the identity of a space pirate, stand tall in the forest of cosmic civilization, and wash the crow color of his body white. He has read a lot of books since he was a child, and knows that he must be calm when facing big things. Chief, you should watch it yourself. The adjutant's voice was stuttering, because the information he just received frightened him. It's not a big deal. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. Stay calm. How can I give you the important task if you are so panicked? the chief scolded while turning gracefully and looking at the big screen. The communication was connected. The signal from who knows how many light years away was transmitted here through quantum communication, and he saw the real-time picture. Bang! The remote control that was originally held in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound, which was a harsh mockery. Quantum communication is of course absolutely clear, but in fact nothing can be seen clearly. The flames that swept across the entire starry sky blocked everything and covered everything. Although he couldn't see clearly, he knew what happened very well. Just through the limited outlines, he could see that those who were buried in the sea of fire were his spaceships, his biochemical monsters, and his biochemical soldiers. Not to mention the continuous alarms. The first formation successfully passed the jump point. The jump point was affected by the high energy explosion, and unstable fluctuations occurred. The parameters were disordered. The first formation did not appear at the scheduled location and lost contact. The jump point is closing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closed. Lost statistics are being compiled. Statistics completed, except for the first formation that lost contact. A total of 23 spaceships, 627 biochemical monsters, and 282,593 biochemical soldiers were lost. Other losses are as follows. The leader clenched his fists tightly, and a pair of eyes hidden behind the armor stared blankly at the big screen. The air seemed to stagnate, and the atmosphere became wrong. He was no longer simply discouraged, but felt a little desperate. So many spaceships were destroyed without even seeing who the enemy was. More than 20 of the 100 spaceships have been destroyed, and the whereabouts of more than a dozen are unknown. The remaining dozens of ships are also trapped in that starfield, and it is not known whether they can come back. Although the Chitauri core has more spaceships, more warriors and biochemical monsters, even for him, 100 spaceships is definitely not a small number. It will reduce his strength and power, and his status in the entire universe will also decline rapidly. In the past, the Chitauri core was the #1 space pirate and the second-tier existence among all unofficial forces. But now after this battle, the Chitauri core is no longer the only representative of space pirates. There are several others on par with it. This is a great blow to the leader, who has always advocated honor. What's more, there are those organizations that are not many in number, but are equally terrifying and powerful, such as the looters. Immediately order all spaceships to retreat at the maximum speed, the leader ordered. However, before the order was issued, he saw another scene. On the screen, a stick-like object came from a distance, getting bigger and bigger, and a complete picture appeared in the quantum detection. It was a spaceship, or to use the name commonly used in the universe, a starship. Judging from the size, it was probably about the same size as his own spaceship, or even smaller, but in the eyes of the leader, it was more terrifying than 100 Chitauri spaceships, and even more frightening. The appearance, style, external armor and weapon style of the starship were exactly the same as the civilization that the Chitauri feared the most. Yes, it's the Kree starship. The deputy's voice was trembling, and the same trembling voice also sounded in the leader's mind. But as the leader, he certainly couldn't say it. A starship is actually nothing. If you go all out, you may be able to repel it, or even annihilate it. But since there is the first one, there will be the second, the third, and more. The powerful Kree fleet never appears alone. The most important thing for a great civilization is the military. The fleet of the Kree Empire is famous even in the entire universe. Chief, it's over. We are being targeted by the Kree. The deputy was terrified. A few dozen spaceships are nothing, but if they are targeted by the Kree Empire, they will face a full-scale attack from the Kree Empire. Apart from the 3 major empires, which civilization or strength can resist the invasion of the Kree alone? Not even Xander and Saul. The Chitauri core is definitely not capable of a direct battle with the Kree. In every previous encounter, the Chitauri core would immediately flee as soon as they saw the Kree spaceships appear. They had no desire to fight at all, and were more panicked than mice seeing a cat. It's the same now. Leader, there is an external communication request. The adjutant pointed at the screen and said, "Connect." The leader adjusted his armor. On the big screen, a woman in a Kree combat uniform appeared. "I'm Carol Danvers, commander of the Kree Empire's 3rd Fleet. Chitauri, you have been surrounded. Surrender now, otherwise what awaits you will be a devastating blow from the Third Fleet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 395 Carol, I Will Remember You. Second update. Originally, the leader and the adjutant were a little skeptical. Why would a Kree Empire starship suddenly appear in such a remote place? Our operation this time is very secret, and it should not be leaked. Besides, the Milky Way is not the territory of your Kree Empire. Your hometown is in the Greater Magellan Galaxy 163,000 light years away. How can you meet by chance in the vast universe? But now seeing each other's uniforms and hearing each other's words, the doubts in their hearts completely disappeared, replaced by fear, fear, and fear. Chief, what should we do? The adjutant was at a loss, and he couldn't stand it, even if the sky fell. Why panic? We have Thanos. The leader shouted. Thanos cooperates with the Kree's accusation group. Just ask him to contact the Kree, and there will be no problem. Hurry, contact Thanos immediately. The adjutant hurriedly made a call request, and he had no idea at all. Chief, what you said sounds fine, but if you think about it carefully, there are many problems. We, the Chitauri, are just dogs of Thanos' father. Will he give us justice for the loss of such a small spaceship? Dad is very busy. Today he destroys this planet. Tomorrow he destroys that planet. He has no time to take care of such trivial matters. Even if he is willing, Thanos' dad himself is wanted by the Kree. What if the Kree gets angry and doesn't intend to encircle and suppress us, but just wants to show his respect? And then what should we do if they really do? In addition, Thanos' dad is secretly cooperating with Ronan the Accuser. The official does not know about this. If this matter is really exposed, and Dad and Ronan fail to cooperate, and if he vents his anger on us Chitauri, it will be a disaster. Of course, this cannot be said. The leader is angry, and his calmness is almost cold. He can't be stimulated. Just do whatever he is told. The order was issued, and the leader stared at the screen with his eyes fixed. He didn't know whether his spaceship could successfully escape from that starfield. This was related to his future situation and his position in the universe. The only thing he hoped for now was that Thanos' dad would respond quickly. Dad, answer the phone. The real decisive battle has begun. Old Wang said softly, looking at the Schengen, which was getting closer and closer. As if responding to him, the energy of the Schengen began to condense, forming an extremely thick and powerful energy shield and invisible force field on the surface. Before this, Old Wang used the cosmic energy drawn from the Heart of Azeroth to charge the Schengen, making its energy reserve far exceed the sum of the original flagship and frigates of the Accusation Corps. Sufficient energy makes the energy shield and invisible force field stronger and more durable than before. Endurance is often more important than speed and strength, which is universal in any field. While being able to ensure its own safety, the Schengen began to attack. A beam of light spanned a distance of thousands of kilometers, and arrived in an instant, hitting a fleeing Chitauri spaceship. There was no sound to be transmitted in space, but the scene in front of them still shocked the Chitauri, as well as the leader and adjutant far away on the desolate planet. The energy shield and invisible force field of the spaceship were seen to burst like beautiful bubbles, leaving brilliant fireworks in the place. The beam of light pierced through the spaceship, accurately piercing the vital energy core, and then caused an explosion. The explosion of the super-large fusion reactor produced a fireball of 300 kilometers. The sea of fire swept across the starry sky again, bringing boundless fear and despair to the Chitauri. In just 5 seconds, a Chitauri spaceship in a defensive state was destroyed and fell apart. This is the gap between the advanced civilization of the universe and the space pirates. It is a perfect crushing of the technological level. The value of a Kree starship is at least more than 10 Chitauri spaceships, or even 20, 30, or even more. And if the knowledge contained in the starship is taken into account, the value of a Kree starship may be more than 100 Chitauri spaceships. Seeing the destruction of the spaceship, the leader and the adjutant became more panicked and even a little angry. Didn't you just say that you wanted us to surrender? Why did you start firing right after you said that? You need to give us time to surrender, or..." Just as I was thinking about it, Carol Danvers on the big screen said coldly, "This is a warning. Stop running away immediately, otherwise you will face the highest wanted list of the Kree Empire. Don't think Thanos can protect you, and don't think you will be safe if you hide in a remote corner. You will face the universe hunt of the Kree Empire. Even if you escape to the end of the universe, you will definitely die." A series of warnings made the leader terrified and sneered. The fear was, because once the Kree Empire played for real, the Chitauri would no longer be space pirates, but space rats. Although they would not have no place to stay, it would definitely be impossible for them to bully weak civilizations as they did now. If they were not careful, they would be annihilated. The reason for the sneer was that, since they had been targeted, could they really stop and let you play with them at will? It would break them. Of course, they had to run as fast as they could, as far as they could run, and as many ships as they could escape. They immediately ordered to run away with all their strength, using all their energy, to maintain the energy shield and the invisible force field, and completely gave up fighting back. The Chitauri spaceship was running in front, and the Godstick was chasing behind. The relatively slow biochemical monsters were completely not good enough, and they could not catch up at all. They could only play the role of cosmic turtles pitifully, dispersing in all directions as much as possible, while waiting for the end of the world. These biochemical monsters were not actually combat units, but troop transports, with many Chitauri biochemical soldiers hidden in their bodies and on their surfaces. These people's body structures have been modified to survive in space, and their survivability is indeed not bad, but it is impossible for them to survive in an interstellar war. Only destruction awaits them. However, they soon discovered that the situation seemed different from what they imagined. The Kree starship did not care about them, but chased directly towards the Chitauri spaceship. I thought there would be more Kree starships, but there weren't. After waiting for a full minute, I still didn't see the second starship appear. "Chief, something's wrong," the adjutant said. "We seem to have been deceived. There was no third fleet at all, but only one Kree starship. The other party is bluffing." The leader suddenly realized. The other party didn't come for the Chitauri at all, but just happened to meet them in the vast universe. What else can we do? The regular troops of the Kree Empire can't just pretend not to see a group of space pirates. Of course, they have to attack to show the majesty of the Kree Empire and maintain the dignity of the Kree Empire. At this moment, the leader couldn't help but wonder if the commander of the Kree starship, the woman named Carol Danvers, was crazy. She dared to chase after a starship. Did she really think that we Chitauri were made of mud and easy to bully? "Chief, this is an opportunity that will never come again." The adjutant looked at the chief and said, "If we can capture this Kree starship and present it to Thanos, maybe." The chief's eyes lit up, and he understood what the adjutant meant. The heavy losses this time had already reduced his status in Thanos' heart, but if he could get a Kree starship, it would be enough to recover the loss of more than 20 spaceships, and even make a profit. Did I get the blessing of the legendary goddess of luck? She took a fancy to me, and lifted her skirt towards me. The leader thought for a moment, and grinned at the big screen. "Carol Danvers, you dare to shout at me with just a starship? Let me tell you, even if your Kree Empire's accusation fleet comes, even if Ronan stands in front of me, he dare not be as arrogant as you. You are finished." He turned his head and looked at his deputy coldly. "Order all the ships to turn around and attack with all their strength. We must keep that starship. No need to ask Thanos for help. We will do it ourselves." Then he turned his head and looked at the big screen. "Carol Danvers, you have been surrounded. Surrender immediately, otherwise what awaits you will be a devastating blow from the Chitauri Legion." On the screen, the face of Carol Danvers changed slightly. The communication was cut off instantly. "Leader, it ran away." The voice of the adjutant sounded, and the screen switched to the monitoring interface. The Kree starship actually turned around and ran away at an extremely fast speed. "Attack, attack with all your strength, don't let it run away." The leader gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "How dare you lie to me and play with my feelings? Even if I'll let that Carol Danvers run away this time, I must catch her and teach her a lesson the next time I meet her." Carol Danvers, I will remember you. Chapter 396. Elite troops arrive. Part 3. God of War. After the call ended, Sky snorted, "Cancel the simulation." Received when Wukong's voice sounded, Sky's appearance changed instantly. Before, she was still a heroic woman with a big face, but in a blink of an eye, she turned into her original appearance. The only thing that did not change was the equipment on her body. It was the standard equipment of the commander of the Kree Empire starship. It was very good, even better than Star-Lord's. There were uniforms, weapons, and everything. Such individual equipment was considered relatively good even in the entire universe. Anyway, the technology on Earth would definitely not be able to produce it, and there was even no ability to improve it, so Sky and others took it directly to use. Not only did they use it themselves, but a large number of them were taken to Earth and distributed to the agents of the God of War. Of course, because the number was limited, only agents above level 5 could use it, and it did not belong to them. They could only receive it when they were on a mission, and they had to hand it in at other times. Any ordinary person wearing this set of equipment would have the quality of a single soldier as good as Star-Lord. Of course, Star-Lord's ability to respond was really awesome, and this was incomparable, but at least it was several levels better than the SHIELD agents. King, you are so mean. Sky had a strange smile on her lips. The Kree starship, the Kree uniforms, the Kree equipment, plus the real Carol Danvers. This is interesting. Even the Chitauri have to believe that it is really a Kree Empire starship attacking them. In this case, isn't it a way to divert trouble? It is not clear whether it will work, but it is always right to try. If the Kree Empire and the Chitauri fight, it will be a good thing for the Earth. It can also cause trouble for Thanos. How great. It's just a bit sorry for that Carol Danvers, the Captain Marvel, that no one knows yet. She really wants to know now if the Chitauri accidentally encounter the real Carol Danvers and really attack the other party. How interesting it would be. The Chitauri should be exterminated, right? The Chitauri are really chasing us. Seeing the Chitauri spaceship chasing us from a distance through the window, Dr. Banner was very worried about the enemy's IQ, and at the same time he was a little surprised. How can they become space pirates if they are so stupid? They are not destroyed. They have a backer. Never mind that, since they have taken the bait, let's fight them. Sky gave orders. Listen to my orders. Black Bolt is responsible for the left, and I'm responsible for the right. Xiaolao, please coordinate in the middle. Robbie, you lead the way. The others operate the spaceship. Wukong, start the automatic mode and assist us. Sky has always been a woman with a strong leadership style. She is the commander-in-chief of the afterlife base of the Schengen Bureau. Although she is not the deputy director, in fact, everyone knows that except for Director Wang, she has the highest status in the Schengen Bureau and her words are the most effective. She has A-level authority, and before the war started, she had been authorized by Director Wang to obtain temporary S-level authority, and has the right to issue any order. And now, she is the commander of the Schengen. Sky may not have superior combat and military qualities, nor has he received the best officer training, but the current situation does not seem to require too much military quality. After all, it is a decisive battle in space, and no Earthling has experience. There is nothing to say, just rush in, and it will be over. Besides, if the sky falls, there is Lao Wang to support it. What is there to be afraid of? Black Bolt nodded slightly and put his right hand on the head of the big dog Tetanus. A spiritual thought came into his mind, and the big dog immediately understood what His Majesty meant, and lowered his head helplessly. The antenna on its forehead, like a Teletubby, began to emit a white and blazing light. The next moment, the two had disappeared and came to the left wing of the Chitauri spacecraft thousands of kilometers away. Leaving Black Bolt in place, the big dog Tetanus returned immediately. Although it has the ability to survive in space and its own defense is not too weak, it is no different from an ordinary pug in the space battlefield. As long as it is hit by the main gun of the Chitauri spacecraft or even the energy gun of the individual combat aircraft, it will definitely die. Space is too dangerous. I'd better go back to the Schengen. As soon as he returned to the Schengen, Sky walked in front of it. Big dog, take me there. Following its gaze, Tetanus saw another area, which was far away from the location, where Black Bolt was, located on both sides of the Chitauri spacecraft array. Tetanus hurriedly did as he was told, sent Sky to the designated location, and then returned to the Schengen. It's my turn. Xiaolao threw a handful of melon seeds into his mouth, and chewed them for a while. Then he heard a thumping sound, and all the melon seed shells were spit out, hitting the screen like bullets, and arranged into an image of an immortal dragon. Then he grabbed the big dog Tetanus's head and rubbed it. Da Huang, let's go. You are Da Huang. Your whole family is Da Huang. Tetanus complained in his heart. A flash of white light, a dragon and a dog disappeared. A few seconds later, Tetanus once again returned to the command room of the Schengen, and came to Dr. Banner. Well, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Dr. Banner backed away, his white face suddenly turned green, and Hulk's head stretched out. Hulk. Fight. Tetanus thought that this was what Director Wang personally told him to do. You can't blame me, and it's not you who has to fight, but the one inside you. The antenna on his head glowed again, throwing Dr. Banner into the center of the Chitauri spacecraft array. The hatch under the God Stick opened, and a small combat spacecraft flew out, with thick hellfire rising from it. The spacecraft was soon demonized, and the overall style changed dramatically. The style of the Kree has always focused on practicality, without any artistic aesthetics, and all designs are for performance considerations. Now it has been demonized by Robbers Hellfire, and has become even wilder. No matter who sees the current small combat spacecraft, they can think of demons, devils, hell, and abyss. The speed of the Kree spacecraft is naturally very fast, far exceeding the Quinjet and the modified flying fighter. In space combat, although these spacecraft cannot reach the speed of light, or even sublight speed, they are far faster than the speed of sound, and it is still easy to reach 1% or even 10% of the speed of light. Under the transformation of Hellfire, the speed of the spacecraft is further improved. Just as the big dog Tetanus sent a few people to the battlefield, Robbie had already arrived and launched an attack on the Chirita spacecraft. Although he was thin, he had a wild heart. The Ghost Rider's combat method has never been very beautiful, and there are not many combat skills. It is full of barbarity and violence. It is the same now. The demonized Kree combat spacecraft directly crashed into a Chitauri spacecraft. After only a few seconds, the two spacecraft collided. Compared with the 1,000-meter-long Chitauri spacecraft, the Kree small combat spacecraft is too small, with a length of only more than 30 meters. It is simply a small mouse in the eyes of an elephant and a mosquito in the eyes of a goshawk. But this mosquito just crashed into the goshawk, and then forcibly penetrated the energy shield and invisible force field, smashing the deck of the spacecraft. Of course, the Kree's small combat spaceship was also in a miserable state. Not only was it completely deformed, but it was also hit by the weapons of the Chitauri spaceship, and was almost completely destroyed and torn into pieces. The commander of the Chitauri spaceship saw this scene and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that even the spaceship was destroyed, and the Kree soldiers inside must have been wiped out, so there was nothing to worry about. The trauma to the spaceship itself was not serious, it only needed to be isolated in time, and repaired after the war was over. However, what he didn't know was that Robbie, who had fallen apart, put his bones together again with the help of the Hellfire, and then carried the chain into the spaceship of others. A bloody killing was about to begin. No one could stop the frontal attack of the Ghost Rider, and the fate of this spaceship was doomed. Chapter 397 More Than One, Part 1. Desolate Planet. The leader of the Chitauri stared at the big screen, preparing for the meeting with Thanos later. He must think about what to say, because Thanos has no time to listen to his nagging. If what he said is not satisfactory to others, he might just change a liquor. Anyway, there are so many Chitauri, and everyone has a different leader, such as the one next to him. Of course, he is a qualified leader, and he is also paying attention to the battlefield while preparing. When he saw the Ghost Rider appear in a small combat spaceship, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. A mere combat spaceship dared to approach. Isn't this looking for death? Sure enough. Soon the spaceship was hit by the artillery fire of its own spaceship, and its fate afterwards can be imagined. He no longer paid attention to the spaceship, but looked at the entire battlefield and controlled the overall situation. This is what a leader should do. It stands to reason that the outcome of this war has long been doomed. No matter how powerful the Kree starship is, it is impossible to fight against nearly 60 Chitauri spaceships alone. The strength of both sides is not at the same level at all, with a difference of hundreds of times. However, everything could not be as he imagined. After all, the goddess of luck did not really wink at him, let alone lift up her skirt with a charming smile. For his current honor, it would be better to kick her. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and a series of battle reports came quickly. Alarm, alarm, an unknown object landed on the number 007 spacecraft of the Second Fleet, and successfully broke through the defense of the energy shield and invisible force field. According to the number 28 emergency management regulations, immediately start the laser system attack. The attack failed. The opponent was not hurt, and the individual combat aircraft was released immediately. 236 individual combat aircraft have been released. 24, 35, 54 have been damaged. Preliminary judgment shows that the unknown object is a carbon-based life, with a density higher than steel, and has very strong gamma ray radiation in its body. The surface of its body can withstand high-intensity laser attacks, and the instantaneous burst force is at least more than 300 tons. Individual combat aircraft cannot cause damage to it. The top armor of the spacecraft has been broken, and the enemy has already broken into the interior of the spacecraft. The spacecraft enters the first level of alert, and the encirclement and suppression is in full force. The encirclement and suppression failed. The enemy is approaching the nuclear fusion reactor. According to the number 5 emergency management regulations, the enemy cannot be killed by conventional means, and prepare to activate the self-destruct mode. The enemy is less than 30 meters away from the nuclear fusion reactor, and the self-destruct mode is activated immediately. A series of voices attracted the leader's attention. The big screen immediately switched to the internal monitoring of the spacecraft, and the leader saw a humanoid monster. He was about 2 meters and 5 meters tall, not very tall, with explosive muscles all over his body, a ferocious expression, and looked very fierce. He was wearing a lighter colored armor with 360-degree coverage. Only through the transparent eye mask on the eye area could we judge that his skin should be green. He held a shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand. But in fact, the function of the shield is not to block, but to attack. The sharp edge can even cut through the enhanced armored wall that can block the explosion of small yield missiles. There is absolutely no such technology on Earth. What kind of monster is this? It can force a spaceship thousands of meters long to self-destruct by itself. It should be the result of the Kree's biochemical experiment. The adjutant took advantage of the opportunity to show his presence. I heard that the Kree like to do human experiments very much. Thousands of years ago, they also created some inhumans. This green monster may be an inhuman, and it is the most powerful one. The leader nodded. You are right, I think so too. Look at the equipment on him. The defense is so strong, and it can also resist laser weapons head-on. Such equipment can only be made by advanced civilizations in the universe. It must be the equipment of the Kree. The leader is wise. The adjutant complained in his heart, but flattered on the surface. The instantaneous temperature of the self-destruction of a nuclear fusion reactor must be at least more than 100 million degrees. Even if there is some distance and there are walls blocking it, the temperature will not be too low. At least several million degrees. No one can withstand it, and that monster is dead. The two looked at each other and didn't take it to heart. Although a spaceship was lost, it was worth it to kill such a monster. The big screen was about to switch to other battlefields when suddenly something shot out from the fireball produced by the self-destruction, like a missile, and quickly shot into another spaceship dozens of kilometers away. Quick, zoom in. See what that is. The leader felt something was wrong and shouted immediately. The screen instantly zoomed in, and a green figure appeared. He is not dead. The leader stammered. Even the self-destruction of the spaceship could not kill him. Is that monster so scary? Is he as powerful as Thanos? The adjutant was also infected and could not speak clearly. The leader nodded. In the eyes of ants, there is no difference between mice and elephants. In the eyes of the leader and the adjutant, the green monster is like Thanos, who can kill them with a finger and cannot be provoked. I know why the Kree commander named Carol Danvers dared to go to war with us with only one starship. It turns out there is a reason. The adjutant swallowed his saliva. With just that green monster, the entire Chitauri army could not deal with it, and the most powerful weapons could not kill it. Fortunately there is only one. The leader made a prompt decision. Don't worry about that monster. All spaceships should keep a distance of at least 100 kilometers and attack the Kree starship with all your strength. If he can't be killed, then don't kill him. That guy doesn't seem to have the ability to manipulate energy or fly in space. If he relies on jumping alone, the distance is limited and it is unlikely to exceed 100 kilometers. As long as he can't get close, it will be fine. Throw him in space and he won't even be able to run away. Wait until the Kree starship is destroyed and then notify Thanos to come over. I believe Thanos will definitely like such a powerful toy, and it is not bad to have it as a pet. In Thanos' eyes, the value of that monster is probably greater than 100 Chitauri spaceships. At this moment, the alarm sounded again. Alarm, alarm. High-level electromagnetic fluctuations appeared on the left wing, disrupting the energy shields and invisible force fields of 13 spacecrafts. More than 300 troop transports and 5,000 individual combat aircraft, as well as all the biochemical soldiers on them, were all affected. The connection between them and the main control computers of the spacecrafts was cut off by electromagnetic pulses, and all of them fell into a shutdown state. Shock waves of unknown origin appeared on the right wing, and a troop transport was destroyed. More troop transports were destroyed. Unknown flames appeared on the 002 spacecraft of the 7th Fleet, which could not be extinguished in any way. According to the scanning detection, it belongs to an extremely high-level energy entity. A 100-meter-long snake-like carbon-based life is approaching, and the opponent is extremely fast. Focus fire immediately. Focus fire failed. The opponent was not hurt. The opponent is extremely fast, and the main gun cannot lock. The opponent has approached the 005 spacecraft of the 4th Fleet. The opponent successfully broke through the energy shield and invisible force field defense. The leader's face became more and more ugly. The large screen in front of him was divided into 4. On the screen in the upper left corner, there was a strong man in a black uniform. He had his hands hanging down at his sides, his eyes fixed straight ahead, his mouth wide open in an O shape, looking a little weird, and the hundreds of individual combat aircraft in front of him all flew backwards, as if they had been hit hard, and could no longer be seen in their original form. On the screen in the upper right corner, there was a woman in a golden red uniform. She raised her hands and kept changing directions. Any direction her palms pointed at, whether it was an individual combat aircraft or a troop transport ship, would produce strange vibrations with different frequencies, but they would always cause objects to decompose, such as loosening plugs, falling screws, or electronic equipment failures, resulting in the destruction of the ship and the death of people. On the screen in the lower left corner, there was a fire-headed man holding a chain. He was inside a spaceship, fighting with hundreds of biochemical soldiers. Those biochemical soldiers held energy guns and fired at him. Hundreds of energy streams passed through his body, but failed to cause any harm to him. As he swung the chain, the individual armor, that was much harder than titanium alloy, was directly penetrated, and even passed through his body. In less than a minute, all the biochemical soldiers were dead. On the last screen, it was the snake-like carbon-based life. Its body contained extremely powerful high-level energy, and its body surface was also protected by an energy layer. Its sharp claws easily pierced through the composite armor, tore it apart, and then drilled in. What followed was endless killing and death. It turns out, there is more than one. The leader's heart sank into a black hole, and he was completely desperate. The green monster was already very scary, but after all, he could not manipulate energy, so the efficiency of causing damage was limited. The following 4 were different, each more efficient than the other. The green monster, the fire-headed man, and the snake-like carbon-based life specifically targeted the spacecraft, while the man and woman who manipulated electromagnetic waves and shock waves respectively targeted the single-soldier combat aircraft and troop transport ships. At the back, the Kree starship opened fire at full power and killed 3 more spacecraft. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 10 spacecraft were lost, which was much more tragic than expected. Failed. Completely failed. The leader gave up struggling, and could only order a retreat. All the ships retreat in different directions, and let as many ships as possible escape. The leader gritted his teeth. The universe is too big, and the speed of the ships is not slow. As long as they flee in all directions, the enemy can only chase a few ships at a time, and the other ships have a high chance of escaping. This is the only way. He sighed, ready to be punished by Thanos, and humiliated by the Black Order. But what he didn't know was that this was not the end at all. A more terrible enemy was coming. A black dot suddenly appeared in the space. It was a slightly fat boy who raised his arm and wiped the sweat. You run so fast. I finally caught up. They kept positioning and transmitting along the way, and finally waited until the Chitauri ships slowed down and finally caught up. Are they going to split up and flee? Looking at the Chitauri ships that kept turning around, Lao Wang smiled slightly. The main gun of the God Stick only needs one shot to kill a Chitauri ship, but the problem is that it needs to be charged, which takes time, and it is probably too late. The others didn't have the ability to teleport, and their speed couldn't match that of the Chitauri spaceship. Their long-range attack methods were not enough to destroy the spaceship, so they could only watch them escape. I still have to do it. Lao Wang sighed and said softly, Miss, I want to exchange it. What? The Power of Dalaran. Chapter 398 Find Her and Kill Her, Part 2. There are still many means of long-range attack in World of Warcraft, almost as many as beautiful and famous girls. But it is rare to reach a distance of tens, hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, even rarer than more beautiful and famous girls. World of Warcraft also has spaceships, and more than one kind. There is nothing much to say about dwarves and goblins. One produces inferior products and the other produces defective products. Their aircraft are still at the level of steam airships, not even comparable to airplanes, let alone leaving Azeroth to embrace the universe. Naru and the Burning Legion have spaceships, and even the Bandage Man Protoss, if nothing unexpected happens, also have spaceships, and they all have the ability to fly at superluminal speeds and interstellar jumps. Their technological level is definitely not inferior to the three major empires in the Marvel universe. But if you want to exchange those spaceships, the price is not ordinarily expensive. Anyway, Lao Wang can't afford it, unless he is willing to sacrifice his own Schengen. The last time I used the power of Dalaran, when I destroyed a certain timeline, not to mention the effect was good. Even the flagship of the Accusation Corps couldn't stand it, and the attack power can be said to be awesome. Since it is so easy to use, of course I have to use it a few more times. There is still a lot of blood left in the Heart of Azeroth, and there is no special need for it for the time being, so it would be a waste to keep it. In this case, why not take it all out and exchange it for the power of Dalaran? If you don't sacrifice your child, you can't catch the wolf, and if you don't sacrifice your girl, you can't become a mother. Some prices must be paid, and some processes must be followed. Lao Wang knows this truth better than anyone else. He will definitely not do a loss-making business. The blood required for the attack is not too much. If you can destroy a Chitauri spaceship, then even if it is just a wreckage, the value will far exceed the cost. If Lao Wang doesn't do such a cost-effective business, he will simply be sorry for his conscience. Although he doubts whether he has such a thing. Maybe, possibly, there is probably, at least he must believe this. The remaining hundreds of points of Azeroth's blood were all consumed, and one after another azure blue light beams suddenly appeared in the void, and then in the next moment, they hit the Chitauri spaceships distributed hundreds of kilometers away. Not just one, but more than 30. The defensive capabilities of these Chitauri ships are naturally far inferior to those of the Accusation Group flagship, so the Dalaran power that Lao Wang exchanged is not as powerful as the last time. The power is only about 1/5 of the original, but it is enough to deal with these ships. A beam of light cut through the sky and continued to extend in this vast and dark space. It looks like an origin releasing rays one after another. For those who don't know anything about it, it is more like some kind of high-tech weapon, so advanced that even the three major empires in the universe can only envy and hate it. They stretch for hundreds of kilometers, penetrate energy shields, penetrate invisible force fields, penetrate high-strength composite armor, penetrate layer after layer of alloy walls, and then under the control of Lao Wang's mental power, accurately hit the power system of all the ships, that is, the engine, and completely destroyed them. In this way, most areas of the spacecraft are still intact, and only the engine is destroyed, and the damage caused is not too serious. All the spacecraft belong to the Chitauri, but in the final analysis, they are all Lao Wang's, so of course you have to cherish your own things. Good habits of thrift and diligence, Chinese traditions must be remembered. The war in space should also end. Lao Wang Lingsu looked into the distance. The Chitauri Expeditionary Force, which consisted of hundreds of spaceships, now has less than 20 left. These spaceships are also targeted by the Shengen and Sky, so it is impossible for them to escape. It's time to meet up with them. Lao Wang smiled and teleported away. Barren planet, Chitauri flagship. Looking at everything on the big screen, the leader fell into complete silence. The entire expeditionary fleet, hundreds of spaceships, thousands of transport ships, and nearly 1 million biochemical soldiers came with great ambitions, with the purpose of destroying the Earth, so mighty and invincible. But now, not even a single Chitauri biochemical soldier successfully landed on the Earth, and not a single transport ship passed through the portal, and the war was over. He didn't know what the situation was on the Earth, but he knew very well that such a large expeditionary force didn't even kill a single person on the other side, and the losses on his side were so serious that it was heartbreaking. The whole army was annihilated. This time, in order to attack the Earth, following Thanos' orders, he mobilized all the spacecrafts that were sent to other planets. It can be said that all the Chitauri spacecrafts in the entire galaxy are here. Even if these spacecrafts are divided into 10 groups, they can easily destroy 10 surface civilizations, and the loss will not exceed 1/10. But now they are all gone. Such a loss is unbearable. I only hope that Thanos can forgive me, and I only hope that my head can still stay on my neck. Chief, communication request. The adjutant reminded. Who? Thanos. What is coming will come, and it cannot be avoided, the leader thought. After the call was connected, the leader said respectfully without waiting for Thanos to ask, Great Master, the expeditionary force encountered a Kree starship and was completely wiped out. Yes, there was only one starship, but its performance seems to be better than Ronan's accusation flagship, and the energy it carries is far more. It was hit by our main guns dozens of times, and was still intact. In the end, it was barely injured by the self-detonation of the ship. Great Master, I know this is a bit incredible, but it is a fact. There are at least 5 beings second only to you on that starship. They shine forever in the universe like stars, and we can only look up at them. What? You ask who the other commander is? Carol Danvers. A spaceship spanned the sky. It is much larger than the Chitauri spaceship, with hard lines. Even in the entire universe, it can definitely rank in the forefront. Second only to the ace flagships of the 3 major empires in the universe. It is Temple Second, one of Thanos' vehicles and the seat of the throne. At this moment, deep in the spaceship, the mottled and simple throne floated in the air, and the purple potato spirit wearing golden armor was sitting there. He placed his hands on the armrests, looking at the void outside the spaceship, thinking, Carol Danvers? A strange name, just the commander of a starship. Of course, he would not remember such a small figure, and he had never even heard of him. After all, the Kree Empire had more than tens of thousands of starships, and the number of commanders must be even greater. But if he could destroy the entire Chitauri expedition fleet with the power of a starship, and it didn't suffer much damage itself, then it was worth his attention, and even attention. Contact Ronan. A steady and deep voice sounded, and a virtual image appeared in front of him. The accuser Ronan. Thanos. He held the universal weapon Warhammer, and looked straight ahead, talking to Thanos in an equal manner. What do you want to talk to me about? Is there such a person in the Kree Empire? Another image appeared instantly, and Thanos said, her name is Carol Danvers. Seeing that arrogant big face, Ronan's eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart was shocked. It's her. Did she appear again? It seems that you know her, you are afraid of her, and she has left a shadow on you, which has not disappeared until now. Guessing Ronan's thoughts from his reaction, Thanos asked, tell me who she is. A traitor. She is from Earth. but she was injected with Kree blood, so she has half Kree blood. Ronan remained calm and didn't want Thanos to see more. Carol Danvers is her Earth name. She used to be a member of the Star Troopers, named Verth. Traitor? Earthling? Thanos thought a lot in an instant and continued to ask, does she have a Kree starship? Maybe more than one. Ronan said, she has been fighting against the Kree Empire. She has extremely huge energy. She can easily destroy an entire Kree Empire fleet. Have you met her, Thanos? This is not what you should ask, Ronan. Cutting off the communication, Thanos thought calmly. The situation is already very clear. The Kree traitor named Carol Danvers is now teaming up with the Earthlings. If they want to break into the Earth and get the Cosmic Cube, the Mind Scepter and the Eye of Agamotto, that woman must be one of the biggest obstacles. Although Ronan can ask about the woman's situation, it may not be accurate, and there is a high possibility of concealment. In comparison, he trusts his own people more. Nebula, my daughter. The projection of the cyborg woman appeared, and Thanos said coldly, investigate her, find her. If you have the chance, kill her. Chapter 399 The Cosmic Cube is from Asgard. Third update. An hour later, the space war finally ended. Under the pursuit of Schengen and Lao Wang and others, the remaining more than 20 Chitauri spaceships were completely wiped out, and none of them escaped successfully. However, Lao Wang still underestimated the courage and determination of the Chitauri, or Thanos. When it was determined that they could not escape, more than 10 spaceships all self-destructed, and 2 of them were even near Schengen. Because of the blocking of the energy shield and the invisible force field, the damage caused to Schengen by the self-destruction of the spaceship was not too serious. I believe it will not take long to repair, and it will not make Lao Wang feel distressed. But others were not so lucky. The chain reaction caused by the self-destruction of more than a dozen spaceships also led to the explosion of other troop transports, spaceships and individual combat aircraft. Everyone, including Lao Wang, Sky, Black Bolt, Ghost Rider, Hulk and Shenlong Xiaolao, were all affected. At the critical moment, Lao Wang teleported to Sky's side, and when he did not have time to teleport away, he used his body and true ki to block the shockwave of the explosion to ensure Sky's safety. Ghost Rider and Hulk, one has immortality, and the other has nuclear bomb level defense capabilities. Even in such a terrifying spaceship explosion, they are still intact, fully demonstrating the strength of the universe's top meat shield. Xiaolao's physique is slightly worse than Hulk's, and he himself is not immortal, but fortunately, his comprehensive quality is very strong, with extremely strong self-healing ability, and even if he dies, there is nothing to be afraid of. His soul will not be killed by the explosion of the spaceship, so he can turn into a dragon egg at any time and be reborn. The explosion caused serious damage to Xiaolao. His body of hundreds of meters was almost blown into 3 pieces, covered in blood, and his dragon tail was completely gone. Only half of the 2 dragon horns were left, and the dragon eyes were blown away. No matter how hard you look, you can't find them. Even the reverse scales under the neck were blown away and disappeared. It can be said that half of his life was gone. Even earthworms have the characteristic of not dying, even if their bodies are broken, let alone immortal dragons. People lose half of their lives for doing things for themselves. Of course Lao Wang will not ignore it. Without waiting for Xiaolao to speak, he directly exchanged a bottle of eternal well water and threw it to the other party. Xiaolao, who was originally a little unhappy and wanted to complain, lit up when he saw the eternal Aquarius. He rushed over with several pieces of his body, opened his mouth and bit the eternal Aquarius to pieces. Under the nourishment of the essence of the eternal well water, the broken body was reassembled and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the whole body has grown several times, and the length is more than 130 meters. This body size has exceeded the immortal dragon skeleton found deep underground in New York. According to Xiaolao, it has barely reached half of its peak strength now, and I hope Lao Wang will continue to work hard. A blessing in disguise, Xiaolao transformed into a middle-aged strong man and returned to the Schengen. I don't know where he got a lot of snacks and continued to enjoy life. The worst of all people is Black Bolt. Big Dog Tetanus wanted to save him, but he was stopped by him. Tetanus's physical fitness is worse than Black Bolt's. It also takes time for it to teleport. If it is too late, it is very likely to be killed by the high temperature and shockwave generated by the explosion of the spacecraft. This is certainly not what Black Bolt wants to see, so he would rather rely on his own strength to bear it. Black Bolt's physical fitness is not as good as Hulk's, and he consumed too much electromagnetic energy in the previous battle. In the end, he could only use the remaining electromagnetic energy to strengthen himself and form an energy protection layer. He was broken in the self-destruction of the spacecraft, and his body was severely traumatized and almost died. The Bat King is an ally and must be taken care of. Lao Wang not only healed him personally, but also promised to turn the original one Chitauri spacecraft into 3. In this way, if the situation changes, all the Inhumans on the moon can be taken away at any time and go to other planets suitable for survival. After the war, there was space debris everywhere. These debris are very valuable, but Lao Wang knows very well that the Shengen, himself, and everyone here cannot stay for long. Because the Chitauri may come back at any time, and once they stay here, they may have to face not only the Chitauri Legion, but even the 5 Black Generals and Thanos himself. Those space junk cannot be transported, and can only be discarded. Fortunately, there are still many Chitauri spacecraft that are still well preserved. Although the operating system of the Chitauri spacecraft is better than that of the Earth, it is several levels worse than that of the Kree. Lao Wang ordered Wukong to crack it directly, then start the autopilot mode, and take these spacecraft back to Earth's outer space. The entire space is full of the bodies of Chitauri biochemical soldiers and biochemical monsters, as well as individual combat aircraft and spacecraft wreckage. Those that are more seriously damaged are simply ignored, but those that are still intact are collected and loaded into spacecraft as soon as possible by Lao Wang. 3 hours later, Lao Wang disappeared on the Shengen. There are still many things to do on Earth, and he must rush back to take charge of the overall situation as soon as possible. Stark Tower. As soon as the portal was closed, Thor in a red cloak flew over from a distance and landed on the roof. He strode to Loki, grabbed Loki by the collar, and looked at him with a look of regret. Brother, you are really good at running. I told you not to underestimate the Earthlings. They are much more powerful than you think. Yes, they are very powerful, but I was defeated by the people I created, not your beloved Earthlings. Loki was not panicked when he was caught, because he knew very well that his beloved brother would definitely not let the Earthlings kill him, but would take him back to Asgard, where his life was not in danger. Hypocritical Odin, proud Thor, and of course dear mother, would not let him die. At most they would lock him up, which was nothing. He was fearless. Odin would not live for a few years, and when he died, at most he would beg his mother and fool Thor, and he would definitely be able to get out, so there was no rush. Then he would plan carefully, and it would be much easier to deal with Thor than Odin. The position of the king of Asgard was still mine after all. Of course, before that, the Earth cannot be allowed to have it too easy, and things still need to be done. Otherwise, it will not be in line with the character of the god of trickery and things may get out of control. Loki pouted at Wanda beside him. Don't you want the cosmic cube? It's in her hands. Go get it. The cosmic cube has belonged to Asgard since ancient times, and it cannot fall into the hands of Earthlings. And don't you need it? You want me to fight with Earthlings for the cosmic cube? Loki, you underestimate me too much. You don't understand me at all. Thor strode up to Wanda and said, the cosmic cube does not belong to Earth. You activated it, and that's why you attracted those space pirates. You used it to send signals to the depths of the universe, telling those advanced civilizations that you are ready to participate in the cosmic war. In the future, the Earth will face endless enemies that you simply cannot resist. He thought he was doing it for the sake of the Earth, and didn't want the weak Earth to face a catastrophe, so he said in a deep voice, give it to me now, let me take it away from Earth. I will announce to the entire universe that the cosmic cube is in Asgard, so you will be safe. Such danger should not be borne by you, but by its owner, Asgard. This was absolutely correct in his opinion. The Earth was the back garden of Asgard. As the future king of Asgard and the master of the 9 realms, he had the responsibility to protect the Earth. Thor, who had not had much contact with humans, was just like almost all Asgardians, and was superior in mentality. Wait, you want to take it away? Iron Man flew over, and Tony's exaggerated voice sounded, "This thing caused us so much harm. So many people died, and it destroyed my building. You actually want to take it away? Have you asked me?" As he spoke, several Iron Man suits flew over and surrounded Thor. It originally belonged to Asgard. My father Odin placed it on Earth, and now it's time to take it back. Thor was not afraid of Iron Man at all, and said righteously, "I'm doing this for you. Also, I saw this thing of yours 2 years ago. It couldn't even beat the destroyer. It's more fragile than the women of Asgard. Don't show it in front of me. TSK. People from the Asgard are so great. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think these armors are still the same as they were 2 years ago? The destroyer, right? Do you still have it in Asgard? Get another one here, and see who bullies who." Tony snorted. "Jarvis, release the anti-Thor armor." Chapter 400. You just show me this? First update. As soon as Tony finished speaking, he heard Jarvis say, "Sir, the anti-Thor armor is not perfect because of the lack of sufficient data. A lot of parameter data is being debugged. It is only a prototype now. Many weapon systems have not been loaded. The vibranium energy absorption module is still in the experimental stage, and the performance has not been adjusted to the best." Tony was stunned. It seems to be true. What happened to my brain today? Could it be that overwork has caused memory loss and premature aging of all functions? It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. I still have to touch women less. And now Pepper has been injected with the extremis virus, and her combat power is stronger than mine. What if she is abused by accident? At this moment, he made up his mind that when the defects of the extremis virus are solved, he will inject himself, all for the family status. No matter, just release it directly, Tony said. He has his own calculations. There is no need to defeat this idiot cosplayer who flies around with a hammer all day long. As long as he can beat him up and show him some color, it is enough. Thor is beaten. How can he still stay here? Go back to your Asgard. The Earth does not welcome you. In this situation, we must take the initiative. Yes, sir. Jarvis said. Anti-Thor armor Beta 1 has just been disassembled and tested, and needs to be reassembled. How long will it take? 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Well, it seems a bit slow. It doesn't matter. The other party is just a big fool. It's easy to hold him for 3 minutes. Tony shrugged. Hey, so-and-so, the Earth is closed. You should leave quickly. Didn't you see that the portals are closed? Do you still want me to treat you to a meal? If you want hamburgers, I'll give you 10 later. Isn't that generous? Hulk flavor, very delicious. Doesn't your family have a Bifrost Express? If you need it, just let me know, and I'll deliver it to you. Is it enough to just shout Bifrost, or your name Thor Odinson? I will take Loki in the cosmic cube with me. Thor did not give in. Do you know what a war criminal is? Tony has a strong sense of ownership, and has always regarded himself as the protector of the Earth. Loki, is a war criminal, a top-class war criminal. He has killed so many people, and you still want to take him away? No. Have you asked the people on Earth? Do you think I will agree? Do you think they will agree? I don't agree. Captain America raised his shield, feeling very uncomfortable. Although he has experienced many wars, many people died in front of him this time, and even he was controlled by the trickster god called Loki, and almost did something that he would regret for the rest of his life. This is unforgivable. I don't agree either. Black Widow's face was as cold as frost. Loki not only controlled her with the Mind Scepter, but also made her fall into an illusion, awakening the painful experiences of her childhood and adolescence. This is unforgivable. I think everyone in New York will not agree. Daredevil Matt's voice was low and firm. He was determined and sensitive, and he forcibly broke free from Loki's control, but he still experienced the death of his father in the illusion. This feeling was too uncomfortable, so Loki is unforgivable. None of the 7 billion people on Earth would agree. A flying fighter plane hovered, and Ludan and Carlson came out. The Cosmic Cube research base was destroyed. So many scientists and engineers died. So many agents and special forces died. The losses caused are difficult to estimate, and the impact of this war will slowly ferment, which will be subversive for the whole world. All of this has to be dealt with by him as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is exhausting. So unforgivable. Others also nodded and surrounded Thor and Loki in the middle. For ordinary people, Thor and Loki are both high and mighty gods, but for them, there are no gods in this world. Even if real gods offend humans, they must pay a sufficient price, causing such a big trouble, just like patting your butt and walking away. How can it be so easy? Neither the US government nor the American people will agree. Ross, the former Air Force general and current Secretary of Defense, strode over, facing the gods with his mortal body. This iron-willed American soldier stood straight with a tough attitude. Loki, you must be handed over to humans for conviction. Then we can only fight. Thor was also very determined. No matter how many mistakes he made, Loki is still his brother and the Prince of Asgard. How can he be handed over to the Earthlings? If he is handed over to the Earthlings, will he die? Most likely not. After all, the Earthlings have to consider the relationship with Asgard and cannot arouse Asgard's anger. But even so, he must not be left behind. He must be taken away. Thor held Thor's hammer tightly and was willing to fight. The two sides were deadlocked and no one was willing to give in. The atmosphere was very tense and the war was about to break out. Time passed by minute, and Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Sir, the anti-Thor armor has been assembled. Do you want to activate it? Activate. Tony was overjoyed and gave Thor a middle finger. Thunder, you didn't leave when I told you to, and now you can't leave. Come on, let it play with you. As soon as the voice fell, the launch pad at the bottom of the Stark building was opened. A set of Iron Man's battle suit flew up from below and appeared in front of everyone. This is a relatively bulky set of armor, which looks more bloated and shorter than other battle suits. The most important thing is that its appearance is extremely similar to Thor, almost carved out of the same mold, and even the color of its hair is exactly the same. Yes, it has hair, golden hair. It is obviously made of some special material, without any practical value, just for high imitation. Like Thor, the Iron Man battlesuit also has a red cape on the north part. The same color, the same style. Of course the material is definitely different. It is made of some kind of high strength fiber, which can withstand the shooting of pistols and even automatic rifles, but it will definitely not work if it is artillery or missiles. It also holds a warhammer in its hand, exactly the same as the one in Thor's hand. But the material is also different. Thor can't get the Asgard specific metal euro. This warhammer is made of gold titanium alloy, which is mixed with some vibranium. Although it has not been completely completed, although it is still just a test version, many systems are not perfect, and many materials that should be used are cut corners, but its value is still very high, and the total cost is at least more than $1 billion US. You get what you pay for. This suit uses a lot of vibranium, more than 20 kilograms in total. Whether it is defense or energy system, it is far better than the one Tony is wearing. Looking at the anti-Thor armor in front of them, and looking at Thor not far away, everyone's face is a little strange. The two Thors stood facing each other, feeling a bit like twins. That, shocking. This is just the beginning. Welcome to Earth next time. There will be 100 anti-Thor armors lining up to welcome you. Tony continued to taunt, and then ordered an attack. The anti-Thor armor flew towards Thor. It held the hammer tightly, and the current of up to hundreds of thousands of volts was emitted from the vibranium reactor in its chest, spreading to the hammer in its hand. For a moment, the lightning was shining, and there were a lot of electric snakes swimming on it. From the momentum and effect alone, it was no different from the real Thor's hammer. Tony's technological level is worthy of recognition. Imitation of Thor's hammer like this is definitely the leader in the cost industry, enough to compete with China. Seeing another self standing in front of him, Thor's mood was very complicated. Thor must be unique, and no one would be too happy to see his imitation. Thor, who has always been irritable, was instantly furious, and raised the hammer to fight. At this moment, the anti-Thor armor suddenly burst into sparks. Then, disintegrated. Tens of thousands of parts were scattered all over the floor, and there were still flashes of electricity, which made Thor feel confused. I have already raised the hammer, and you show me this? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.